need to improve public governance, and this is a precondition for Romania to get infrastructure, highways, especially data highways, data centers, to digitize the economy, the government, e-health, digi-health, education, etc. But I have to admit, final sentence, the road is not easy. It is a long and a bumpy road. We have a lot of uncertainties ahead of us, and especially trade is a significant and a decisive factor. And during the last period, 2008 to 18, we already had a slowing down of the growth of trade by half compared with the decade before. And now we have the tensions between US and China and a lot of other political risks. So this is not an easy road, but I think the European Union as such made their homework, and I think we are now on track. Hopefully Romania is it too.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Schussel. That's very helpful indeed. The floor is yours, Mr. Bruton.
Well, first of all, let me say I'm delighted to share a digital platform with Wolfgang. We've been friends for a long time. I'd like to talk about three things. First of all, a big breakthrough that the European Union has made in not only providing over 1 trillion of a budget for the next 7 years, but also in agreeing to borrow on its own account, which gives the European Union new instruments for dealing with problems. Secondly, I'd like to say something, very little, about the weakness of foreign policy making by the European Union. And finally, given where I come from, I probably should mention Brexit if time permits. I think the EU capacity to borrow, which was agreed as part of the overall budget policy, is a huge breakthrough in institutional terms. Up to all the borrowing was done by member states. Now the European Union is going to be borrowing as well. This will go behind, as Wolfgang has mentioned, over 1 trillion euros of a European budget. And the disproportionate beneficiaries of this increase in EU funding are going to be countries such as Croatia, Greece, Bulgaria, and of course, Romania. In all of those cases, the benefit from this EU money could add up to 5% to the GDP of the countries in question. It's an act of solidarity on the part of the European Union, recognizing, as Wolfgang has pointed out, that COVID-19 increases inequality in our society, and that the poorer a country may be, the more it will suffer. Now, obviously, if the EU is to have the capacity to borrow, it is also going to have the capacity to repay. And here, the detail is a bit hazier. There isn't a European Union tax agreed, apart from the idea of a waste plastic tax. We'll need to do a bit more than that. There's talk about a carbon border adjustment tax. There's talk about a digital tax, but both of those would run into some difficulty with our trade partners. There's also talk about how we might use the money collected in the carbon cap and trade system as a support for the EU. We have a lot of work to do in the European Union on all of those things. And we need to remind ourselves constantly that the European Union is a voluntary union. As we've seen with Britain, countries are free to leave. So we must work for consensus, to obtain consensus on all of those. And we should avoid, as far as possible, any country setting any red lines that prevent the European Union from reaching consensus. The next area where the European Union has got to develop, I think, its capacity is the area of common foreign and security policy. We see the difficulties here in the problems that Greece is having, for example, with its neighbor Turkey. There are problems with Belarus. There are problems with the behavior of our neighbor, the Russian Federation, as far as attacking people personally who are abroad. And the European Union needs to have a robust response. But the reality is, and this is the will of the member states, that foreign policy decisions of a material character can only be taken by unanimous agreement. And with 27 member states, the more member states you have, the harder it becomes to get unanimous agreement on any measure. Maybe we're going to have to look at strengthening the EU's decision-making capacity in foreign policy. Finally, I'll just say a word about Brexit. I won't go into the history of it, why it has happened. In a way, it would be fair to say that the United Kingdom was never a fully comfortable member of the European Union. They never really came to be thinking as Europeans. Europe was always somewhere else over there that they dealt with externally rather than something that they would describe as us or we. And as a result of that, they have drifted further away from the European Union and are now leaving. The exit of Britain from the European Union is going to lead to enormous increase in the amount of bureaucracy on any trade in or out of the United Kingdom. Forms to be filled, declarations about origin to be established, inspections to be ensured. And the cost of all of that bureaucracy is ultimately going to be felt in higher prices. Higher price consumers in British shops, higher prices for consumers in shops all over the European Union, including in my own country. And that's another challenge that we're going to have to face. The EU has made some budgetary provision to help countries worst affected by Brexit with the adaptation that they're going to have to make. We must maintain our faith in the European Union, as a unique example of a pooling of sovereignty for the greater good that has achieved enormous amounts, but has a lot more that it is capable of achieving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruton. Again, very helpful comments there to get the discussion going. We've had a few questions coming in, and I have one or two questions as well. I'm sure Matthew has. So maybe, to start with, because both of you touched upon this, the kind of foreign policy area, the pandemic has obviously intensified tensions, great power rivalries, particularly between the US and China. Do you think then that it's made the EU think differently about its own place in the world and what it needs to do to assert itself in the post-pandemic era? So, Mr. Schussel, maybe you want to start?
I think we have to, because we are absolutely affected. Europe is one of the big economic powers in trade, in industry, in exports, and we need partners. And if, so to say, the tensions with China on one hand, or also with the Americans on the other hand, are growing, we have to look for new partners or different ways with the ASEAN countries, Japan, Australia, Mercosur, Africa, etc. So this is necessary on the economic side. And politically, I think we have to stand on our own feet. We can no longer trust that whatever happens, the Americans will protect us with their army, with their nuclear shield. We have to develop our own foreign policy, our own security system, protecting the external borders, but also to develop certain areas of defense capacities, and this is necessary. And what we did, so to say, in the health sector, in the public health sector, to exchange views, informations, to exchange medical equipment, the same is possible in the military equipment. That we spend around 250 billion euro per year, all member states together. If we coordinate our efforts, it would be a much more efficient and a much more significant contribution to peace and security in the world. And by the way, this is most of the hotspots, the global hotspots, the burning issues in political conflicts are around us, are in our neighborhood. Romano Prodi, I think 15 years ago, spoke about the ring of friends around the European Union, he wanted to develop. De facto, we have a ring of fire around of us. It is from Azerbaijan and Armenia to Ukraine and the frozen conflicts of Moldova, Afghanistan, Middle East, Libya, etc., just to name it. This is what we have to be aware of, and we have to prepare to stand on our own feet. This is not so easy because it's much easier to stand by, to watch from outside, from the balcony, what the big players are doing. But this time is over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schussel. So, Mr. Bruton, maybe you want to add on something as well, because as a former EU ambassador to the US, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about the election outcome and what difference that might make to transatlantic relations, and whether we might expect things to get back on a more even keel or not, or whether regardless of that result, the EU needs to do some of the things that Mr. Schussel was talking about there.
Well, I agree with what Wolfgang has said fully. The rivalry, however, between the United States and China goes back much further than the issue of COVID. It is to do with essentially a competition for power in the Pacific and the capacity of the United States or not to defend its allies in the Pacific against intimidation by China. The case of Taiwan, the case of South Korea, the case of Vietnam are all countries within the Chinese neighborhood who are not on good terms with China. And China, unlike the United States, doesn't have any allies in the world. It's a country on its own, whereas the European Union, the United States has allies all over the world, but tends to be rather dissatisfied with its allies. And that is showing itself in some of the things that have been happening. I think on the positive side, it is important to say that in the last number of years, European Union countries, or at least European Union NATO members, have been increasing their defense spending considerably. They're beginning to equip themselves to take better care of themselves. But there's a lot of duplication. And if the European Union could persuade countries to pool their efforts, I think we'd get more results in terms of defense capacity for what we spend than we are on the present separate method. As I said, on foreign policy, the question is, are we going to continue to require there to be complete unanimity, or can we build consensus? And that's something that is a very, very difficult challenge, but it's something I think we're going to have to work on every day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruton. Matthew, did you have a question for our guest?
Yes, and thanks for the opportunity to ask questions of our distinguished panelist here. Mr. Bruton, you raised the point of Brexit, and you dealt with it very eloquently. But we know in the last week or so, we're looking and staring at a no-deal Brexit in the face, really. And is the EU prepared for that? And what must it do if that's indeed what we end up happening?
I think the reality is that we're going to have a hard Brexit, whether there is a deal or not. Even if there is a deal, it will be a fairly limited deal, which will still require lots of customs checks on the on the origin of goods and things of that nature. You're going to have divergence in political thinking because British ministers are no longer attending European meetings, so they're not familiar with our thinking, and we're likely to surprise one another because of lack of familiarity in things that we do. And that, I think, is a permanent damage that has been done by Brexit. I think, however, there will be a deal of some kind. What happened in the last week where Boris Johnson said the talks were over, I think that was a piece of theatre. It was designed to create a screen behind which he could do some work association and perhaps prepare both sides, and I think probably particularly Britain, for a retreat from some of the harder line positions that they've taken. Unfortunately, I think Britain has adopted a sort of hard bargaining approach to the negotiation with Europe, which is not really the way the European Union has ever worked. The European Union has a tendency towards consensus, not towards hard bargaining. And I think the fact that Britain has adopted this fairly aggressive publicity-seeking negotiating tactic has not probably worked to its advantage, but we'll see.
Do you think there will be a deal, Mr. Bruton?
Yes, on balance, I'd say sort of 70% for a deal, but it'll be a pretty bad deal.
Okay, we've got a few minutes.
May I say something on that? Yeah, I'm absolutely of John's opinion. I think there will be a deal. There's a lot of haggling around in the public, but at the end, I think the rationality will win. But I think I'm not so negative. I think the Brexit case is a good opportunity for us and a wake-up call to create something different also in institutional frameworks. If you look to the West Balkan countries, for instance, if we look to Moldova, to Ukraine, to Turkey, by the way, let's assume, so to say, the political tensions are more or less solved or eased, then we need something between being outside of the door in the coldness and being a full member. So we need either partial memberships or a kind of an EEA, an economic area light or plus, whatever. So I think we need some institutional creative thinking to get interesting partnerships with countries like Switzerland or the EEA countries, Great Britain, Canada, etc. So I think this is of utmost importance. A little bit more creativity in these times is necessary for us.
Very interesting. Thank you. We've had a few questions. We've got 5 minutes left, actually 7 minutes, and we have to finish at 11:35. But a couple of questions have come in from people listening online. One from Miguel Martinez, who says that the imposition of controls and travel restrictions across EU countries has gravely affected the common market. Why have we not been able to find common criteria to preserve the common market? That's one question. And another question from Liviu Florea. What should Romania do in order to better attract EU funds? Would either of you like to respond to those questions?
Yeah, I think the reason we've had difficulty reaching common criteria is that public health under the EU treaties is a matter for individual member states, and the EU may only take complementary action to support what member states are doing. And the reality being 27, we have 27 different public health approaches, and we haven't been able to completely coordinate them yet.
Thank you, Mr. Schüssel.
I have to admit that there were problems at the beginning of the corona crisis, but most of the real problems were dedicated to the problems of the global economy, to the supply chain with China, for instance, was broken, and to other countries. This was the main issue. The fact that within the single market, the free flow of goods was never restricted. This is interesting to see and to know. So there was always a very well coordinated strategy within the EU. This is true that the free flow of citizens was restricted. This has to do with the different levels of infections, and as John said, public health is a national priority and a national competence. But you see now, even now, there is now a better coordination and discussion within the European Union and between the member states, especially the neighboring member states. So this is my answer. And to the second point, I think Romania. So first of all, I think a little bit more centralization of using of these EU funds is necessary. I think the next government, most of the complaints of Romania's use with the EU funds was more or less dedicated to social democratic led governments, not by the present government. And I hope the next government, hopefully with the majority, will really establish a structure to use in an appropriate and professional way these funds. And by the way, what I would advise is we have so many expats. Romania is probably the EU country with the most citizens living outside the country, and trying to get them back, or some of them back, the experienced one, to create companies and to offer their experience and their competence, especially to the use of these EU funds. This would be a highly interesting thing. And of course, education is the most important factor in all these areas for the next years to come.
Thank you. We've literally got 2 minutes left before we have to close. And thank you very much for answering the questions that we've had. One final question, because you both emphasised that after some tricky moments at the beginning, the EU did come together and demonstrate solidarity. And we've got the Next Gen EU recovery fund, and the budget's been passed. But we also see at the same time there's huge divergences in terms of fiscal deficits and public debt piles. These were divergences that opened up after the previous crisis, and it looks like those divergences are going to become greater. Do you think that's a danger? Looking, maybe in a year or two's time, that the southern European countries in particular are going to be confronted with great difficulties in reducing those deficits and bringing down those public debt piles? Is that a danger? Mr. Schussel.
I think it is a danger. I think we've got to recognise, however, that structural reforms are what's needed to get the deficits down, and structural reforms take 4 or 5 years to have any effect.
Yeah, Mr. Schussel, thank you. Oh, we haven't got sound for Mr. Schussel.
Sorry. Now better? Okay,
yes,
do you
great,
hear me?
thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Yes.
much. So I think if you look to the macroeconomic situation, you see with zero interest rates or low to zero interest rate, the question of deficits is not the real problem in the moment. I think everybody understands there is now a room for flexibility, and especially also the use of the EU funds must be co-financed. So I think there is a better understanding now that especially those countries mostly affected, and John mentioned them, Greece and Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, they need some flexibility, and I think everybody understands that. But on the other hand, what the rest of the European Union should expect is professionality and dedication to focus on the real use of this money, decarbonization, digitalization, and less corruption. This is one of the prerequisites. And I think everybody will insist on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank both of you very much for joining us this morning and for your opening remarks and answering those questions. It's been a very interesting discussion. We're now going to pause for a short break of 5 minutes before we start the next session, which will be on the digital agenda. So, Mr. Schussel, Mr. Bruton, thank you very much indeed. Very lovely to see you again. No doubt we'll see you again soon. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joan Hoey. I'm the Regional Director for Europe at the Economist Intelligence Unit, and I'm chairing this next session of our Economist virtual event. The title of this session is Transforming Europe, where we need to invest to be more digital and more resilient. And our next speaker is going to tell us. I'd like to welcome Cecilia Bonneveld-Dahl, who is the Director General of Digital Europe. Welcome, Cecilia. I'm going to hand straight over to you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for inviting me to this event, and good day, Ray, in Romania. So I hear myself. I don't know if there is an echo on your side.
There's no echo. I can't hear an echo, Cecilia.
Okay, I will try to disregard it in my headset. Thank you so much for inviting me. As you know, we represent the digital industry in Europe. We represent around 36,000 companies, meaning everything from small SMEs to big multinational companies. We have 40 associations in the European territory, and also, of course, members in Romania. So thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so sorry, but it's very hard to concentrate straight because I hear myself twice again after speaking.
Yes, I know that's a problem, but we can hear you just fine, Cecilia. I know it's very difficult to disregard that, and maybe we can do something about the sound, the volume as well. If we can put that up, but please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So we have been working in the last 2 months really to operationalize our strategy. We have published just yesterday a document aiming towards creating clarity of what does this digital investment mean? Where do we really need to focus? How do we take Europe to the next level of digital? And of course, in the light of the COVID crisis, this has become extremely visible that digital is a main driver of change and is a main driver of the economy and the recovery of the economy. One of the things that Europe is really struggling with is still the fragmentation. And this is what we don't need right now. We need on-ground national investments, yes, but we do need the leaders of Europe to work really closely together and when really investing to recover the economy. And digital will be one of the absolutely main drivers for that. I think that we will see mainly 5 areas of focus: healthcare, skills, infrastructure, and of course green. So I'm delighted to share with you. I don't know if you have received my slides. I would like to show you a little bit the numbers of some of the things that we have been looking at. So if we go one slide, yes, there. No, go one slide back. Thank you. To the target slide, please. To the first slide, please. Thank you. If we look at the current state, we actually only have around 9% of SMEs who are trading across one border and selling online. This means that in a situation where we have a COVID pandemic or any other pandemic, a lot of the SMEs are endangered because they are unable to generate revenue. This, of course, is a major impact on their businesses, but also on the whole economy, as 98% of the businesses in Europe are SMEs. So we need to help the SMEs getting online to digitalize their business model so they can basically survive when the economy is closed down, shops are closed down, etc. Another issue that we will struggle even more with, we have been aware for quite many years that we are lacking a reskilling of the workforce. We know that by 2025, 52% of the workforce will need reskilling due to digitalization, due to digital disruption. And right now we see a new wave on unemployment. If we want European citizens and of course Romanians to see themselves as a part of the financial and economic solutions of Europe, they also need to see themselves in a job that belongs in that future. And the fact is that already before the crisis, we had more than half of the workforce that needs reskilling. So skills is definitely something that we need to look at, not only at a national level, but also from a European investment perspective. Then, of course, we have a challenge with the environment, and one of the, you could say, the big dual strategy of the investment plan for Europe right now is exactly green and digital. So how can we basically already now take into consideration that the future belongs to the one who can compete also in sustainability, and make sure that we invest in this dual strategy. Again, data is called the new oil, the new gold, and that is actually true. Being able to target your products, being able to develop your products, being able to communicate targeted is a fact that it's not something that will come. It's here already, and it is a major competitive driver. Also, we have seen in many countries that we have a big growth in data-driven SMEs, but many of them have so big trouble actually getting access to data, and they don't have the right processes in place internally to basically become like a major kind of leader in their industry. So they try, they're very innovative, but then they give up. So Europe is now looking at investing in data spaces within the different sectors. And this is definitely something that we should be looking at how to enhance. So I don't want to take all of these, maybe just one more of them. Today, we basically only have around, I think it's 17 or 18% who are using e-health services. I think I saw the session just also before. Now, finally, national leaders are coming together to find out how to harmonize the health systems and the health investments across borders. And this is really one thing that we have no time to waste. We need to be able to serve our citizens, even though they are not able to come to the clinic, not able to come to the hospital. And we need to be able to use data to predict diseases instead of only treating diseases in the future. So these are some of the drivers of investment that we have been looking at. So the good news is, maybe turning to the next slide, is that we have 750 billion euros coming out in the Next Generation EU recovery funds from the EU in a twin investment strategy on digital and green. Now, how do we spend that money? Ursula von der Leyen has been very visionary and said like 20% has to go into digital. We need to not restore what was, but to rebuild the future of Europe. And what we published yesterday, turning to the next slide, was exactly an attempt to make it very concrete for the national leaders, for the governments in Europe, basically to say, what does this mean? Where should we put the money? And where can we collaborate also with other European countries to really make programs of scales, but also programs that have been tested before and really shown to be beneficial. So you can call it shuffle-ready projects that can basically be taken and implemented. And we have highlighted 5 major areas and a lot of use cases and 10 major pan-European areas of investment that we believe are the ones that we should focus at. Here you see some of them: digital education and inclusion, digital healthcare, connectivity infrastructure, SME growth and transformation, and of course the green transition. Really to go into this catalog of digital societal investment programs. We know that all the countries have to deliver their investment plans to the EU within the coming 2-3 months. And I hope that the Romanian government is also listening in here, and I know that our Romanian members are in close dialogue with the government also, because it's really important that we get the right investment going now. Now is where we can create the competitiveness of Europe in 5 years. So what we do now with this money will really make a difference for the economy and for the citizens in the next 5 to 10 years. If we now look at the next slide, if you look a little bit on the Romanian situation, right now we can see that around a bit less than 70% of Europeans have basic digital skills. And as you see, nearly only half of the Romanians. And so that is definitely one area where I would say Romania really needs to focus at digital education. We have 3 major projects mentioned in the first 10, actually. One is bringing the teachers into the digital age, so empowering and teaching teachers to teach online, and also to be able to teach and facilitate digital skills training. The other one is reskill of the workforce, really detecting who needs to be reskilled. And the last one is a forecasting system for actually detecting what roles are being disrupted and what are the future jobs. This is actually already possible, and you can read more about it in the guide. Also, definitely infrastructure is an area where there is quite a strength in Romania already, but still we see a big divide between the rural area and the city areas, where the rural area still lacks a lot of connectivity. And it's very important to have an inclusive society, basically to be able to handle also the connectivity in rural areas for teaching and other things. I urge you to read the guide, to find inspiration there, and to collaborate also across Europe with other countries in getting funding and resources to implement these programs across Romania and other nations. Thank you so much. I will open a little bit for questions and answers, and I hope too that you have a lot of them.
Oh, thanks so much, Cecilia. I understand you might have to leave us at 11:55. Is that right? That gives us 2 minutes, or can you stay a bit longer?
I can say 3-4 minutes.
Great. Okay, well, that was really useful and very specific and granular. So it was really good to see that that detail. I guess, one question is, apart from the resources issue, which to some extent, or to a great degree, potentially Next Generation EU is going to address that problem especially for the poorer countries, such as Romania and countries in the Southeast Europe region. So the resources issue maybe is not such a big one now. But what are the other problems? Why is Europe lagging behind the US, lagging behind Asia, China? What are the other problems that you would identify? I mean, you've identified one of them, education. So, for example, I know Serbia has now made coding part of the curriculum for every single child. Is that something that we need to do everywhere in Europe? Which countries are getting things right? Why is there a lack of innovation? Is there a problem of too much regulation? What are the other impediments, do you think, apart from resources?
I think our biggest challenge is fragmentation. In the digital age, scale matters. And European leaders, I mean, the COVID crisis helped, but it hasn't really come together as one team. And if you look at data and AI, for example, we have so much quality data in Europe, but it's very scattered. So when we have a very innovative SME in health, for example, they struggle to find the data. And, in 2 years, they are out of money, there's too many problems, they don't know how to get it. What I would say on the positive side now, if we actually implement these data spaces, we will have very safe quality data for innovation in Europe. So there are some really good things. So collaboration between the niches, fragmentation of the European market, and decisions and investments are. And then, of course, I don't know why we have not had coding on the curriculum already 10 years ago. It is the only universal language in the world, and it's not a new thing. This is 30 years, and we still want Latin, but not coding. So if we want to allow many different people to enter the digital age, this is, of course, one of the things we should do. Nurses, drivers, everybody needs to know how things around them function or how they can innovate through tech.
Okay, thanks for that. You emphasized a lot the SMEs. Yeah, and I understand why you did that. But what about what needs to happen in terms of Europe's bigger companies, especially if we're talking about digitalizing energy sectors and healthcare? We've got much bigger organizations that need to get with this program as well. What would you say about that?
I would say one thing that we forget is that we are actually quite competitive in Europe. In, for example, our manufacturing sector, in green tech, companies like Schneider, Siemens, many of these companies are leading in their areas. I think what we will see now is a wave of green innovation. Also, the Commission right now is speaking about renovation wave of the buildings. We know that 40% of the CO2 is actually emissions from buildings. If we can actually start that innovation of changing how we measure and even legislate around energy consumption in buildings, then we will also have investment there, and we will maybe lead in this in the world. So we actually have a range of sectors like manufacturing, like health, where we can lead if we play this right. And we make sure that there is investment and focus on that also here after the COVID crisis.
Okay, a final question maybe, because I know you have to go. For countries such as Romania and others in the Southeast Europe region, Bulgaria, Serbia, they've got very good software engineers. They've got a tradition in that area. And they've got emerging, quite dynamic IT sectors. They have suffered maybe from limited resources, and hopefully that can be addressed. But what should they be doing to build on what they have already? What do you think the priorities are for them?
I think one of the issues has been is then the emergence of scale-ups and unicorns in these areas. It seems that the majority of resources are working in other companies. So I think really looking at how can you establish an ecosystem where it also allows these companies to grow to the growth phase, and to ensure that there is a risk-willing capital in all phases of investment. I mean, I know that right now the EU is setting up the Innovation Council exactly for this type of investment in companies in innovative sectors that really wants to establish themselves and grow through the different growth phases. So really focusing at the scale-ups, not of the startups only.
Okay, I think that's all we've got time for, because this session is coming for an end anyway. So thank you so much for staying with us, and that was a really interesting presentation. Thank you for sharing the slides, which I'm sure we'll share more widely with people who've listened in. It will be on the website as well. So thanks very much, Cecilia. Really useful discussion.
Thanks.
And we'll be continuing some of these obviously in our later sessions on tech and the green agenda. So thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. We're now going to have a break, and we'll be resuming our session at 12:05. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the next session of this Economist digital event. In this session, we're going to look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the EU's response, and we're going to hear the Romanian perspective. And I'd like to welcome Dan Dragan, State Secretary in the Ministry of Economy, Energy and the Business Environment of Romania. Welcome, Mr. Dragan. Thank you very much for
welcome
joining
everybody.
us.
Thank you very much for the thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to go through the messages that we as a Ministry of Economy, Energy and Business Environment would like to transmit. We know that just from the beginning, European Union was set up based on the principle of solidarity. We know that after the Second World War, Europe had a single access road for the reconstruction. This road was the road of cooperation, very close cooperation, and especially also economic. The best example is the European community of coal and steel that at the beginning of 50s had the objective to contribute through the common market of steel and coal to the economic expansion, to employ the workforce and to increase the living standard. During these years, the community evolved, and today, European Union is a political force and as well as an economic one. Of course, our history needs from time to time, and especially to the unpreserved events, we need serious structural reform, which has to strengthen the European Union. Now, European Union is facing a pandemic situation, and through the recovery and resilience plan, EU is looking to find the best solution for the strengthening of solidarity inside the European Union. We know that this solidarity is a central pillar of today's workshop, and of course, what means this solidarity? It's based on the inputs for each state, because each state of the European Union has to give his help through the resilience and recovery mechanism, and has to develop its own recovery plans, national recovery plans, in order to stabilize and to set up the reforms and the investment up to 2026. And Romania, it's doing this job. Which are the priority sectors for Romania? As you know, the government of Romania took immediately measures through the national plans from investment and recovery. Today, Romania has allocated from the European Union 33 billion euro through the recovery plan, and another 80 billion through allocation, multi-annual allocation for the period 21-27. Of course, the terms that the government are taking into consideration are covering all this time period with the perspective up to 2030. The government already started the revitalizing program of economy using European fund, using funds available up to the end of this year. And also will continue with the funds that will be absorbed and attracted from the multi-annual framework that will gonna start with 2021. As you may know, for SMEs, we already started allocating grants in this perspective, And the program that is already one of this program that was started today. And this is the measure 2, that it's the second one that will cover the working capital needs for these SMEs. And this measure 2 will be followed by the measure 3 that by the end, that will be imposed by the end of the month. This measure 3 that will cover the needed grants for the investment for SMEs, which are the most at this moment affected by this situation of pandemic. Another program that we already started is the program Electric Up. Through this program, we would like to finance SMEs in order to be more green and to have access to renewable sources. This program will be followed by the installation of PV plants over the top floor of SMEs for producing electricity. Also on this program we are taking consideration, and there is also inserted there in the program the possibility to install a charging station for electric vehicles. The program IMM Invest, addressed to SMEs, already started by the Ministry of Finance. It's granted the loans for working capital and investment also for SMEs. Another one is the state guarantees for loans for big companies that will cover also working capital and investment. Also, we are having another major investment programs promoting the European partnership, like the program Horizon Europa 21-27. In the energetic infrastructure, the value of the investment that national energetic system needs for the period 2020 to 2025, it's estimated to 12.5 billion euro. And this investment will cover from the production of electricity, intelligent transport and distribution, transport of electricity and distribution of natural gas. One major and central objective in our energetic strategy is the reconstruction of Unit 3 and 4 in Cernavoda, of nuclear Unit 3 and 4 in Cernavoda. As you know, recently we have signed in United States an intergovernmental agreement which will give all the necessary inputs to increase the cooperation in domain of major importance for Romania, like the project of Nuke Unit 3 and Unit 4 in Cernavoda, and also the rehabilitation and refurbishment of Unit 1. Of course, this intergovernmental agreement will cover also other sectors in regards of the nuclear civil program in Romania. Together with United States partners in this project, of course, we will welcome also partners from France and Canada. Infrastructure in health. We know that we are undergoing with the first building of 3 regional main hospital for the period 21-27, with a total value of 1.6 billion euro, and also with another local investment program that will gonna help the health system in the period 21-27. Infrastructure in education. We have foreseen investment in scholar programs for the period 21-27 building and rehabilitation of school units and university compounds. Local development, we are putting accent of the extension of water and rehabilitation of network, extension of the distribution of the natural gas, upgrading and rehabilitation of the local and county roads. Regarding infrastructure for agriculture, and here I'm referring to the irrigation, we have major plans for the rehabilitation of irrigation infrastructure, rehabilitation of infrastructure that will give all the necessary inputs in order to increase the availability of the soil. Developing of infrastructure of roads, aerial and transport on railways, we have the following accent. Aerial we have the extension of the building of new terminal for passengers and also cargo zones. Roads, connecting of the high roads of the historical province of Romania with the European pan transport network, and we will gonna start construction of approximately 3,000 kilometers of highways and speed roads for the period up to 2030. Railway, we are foreseeing investment in about 3,000 kilometers of railway for the period up to 2030. Investment in environment, we implement the program of increase of energetic efficiency also for the houses and also for the production of electricity. And we are going to start the program of reduction of emission by going and extending the program of new forest. All we know that, of course, countries from Southeast Europe that joined lately to the European Union, we are facing in this period a very complex situation. And facing this situation is due to mainly also due to the differences between West and East. During the mandate of Mr. Popescu up to now, he has various and serious meetings with ambassadors of the neighboring countries and also other officials in order to see how we better can use and allocate use the money allocated from the Union European. Of course, if now is difficult, the funds and the plan, recovery and resilience plan that was presented by EU and through the money that will gonna be allocated from the Southeast Europe, all this representing a real chance to recovery and to reduce the discrepancies, economic discrepancies and development discrepancies inside the EU. I think that this is a huge opportunity for Southeast Europe to continue its developments and to reduce these discrepancies. Going green and digital, we are going in this direction, and through the National Climate and Energy Plan, we are contributing to have a greener and decarbonize the European Union. We know that all the European Union has to modernize the economy through one less polluted and also to increase the digitalization. Of course, we are foreseeing the digitalization, not very tough process, but the transfer through green economy, we foreseen that has to be done in steps in order not to put in danger the development of local economy. We know that transition to green economy, we in Romania, we are open to higher ambition targets, but we have to analyze them with very much carefully. It's important to have this transition under surveillance and to be able to choose ourselves the energetic mix. As it's, for example, for Romania, it's very important at this moment to use the gas as a transition fuel in order to have a smooth transition from coal to green one. We have companies in the energetic system that are now in the process of adjusting their position in the market, and it's very important to keep the mix and every country to have his own mix in order for as a transition in order to achieve the decarbonization and to be part of the Green Europe. The Green Deal will transform Europe, and of course, this not in a very long time period. We are seeing that the European Union will have a durable economy and also neutral from the climate point of view. I can assure that.
Mr.
Yes.
Dragan, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say that we've only got a couple of minutes left for this session. So
Yes.
maybe we should leave time just to ask at least one question from you. So would it be okay for you to draw to a close
it's
now?
okay. Yes,
Great.
I just wanted to highlight that Romania will be part of this transformation, and this is for sure a target that we are assuming.
Great. Well, thank you very much indeed for setting out in such detail Romania's National Recovery Plan and the main priorities and focus of that, which is obviously in accord with the priorities of the Next Generation EU funds and the multi-annual financial framework budget for 2021 to 27. So I think we've got a good idea of the country's priorities. I guess the obvious question for you, and it's one that was raised in our first session this morning by Mr. Schussel and Mr. Bruton, is about absorption capacity. And how can we be confident that Romania will be able to make good use of the potential funds, these unprecedented large funds that will be available to it? I mean, Mr. Schussel said that absorption rate for EU funds, Romania's absorption rate was about 40%. I believe it's probably a little bit higher than that on average, maybe around 50%. And obviously there's still some time left to make use of the funds from the previous budget, but nevertheless about 50%. So you'd be missing a very big opportunity if absorption of these funds remains around 50%. So can you tell me what your party and your government, and assuming you're in government after the December election, can you tell me what your government is doing to make sure that you do make good use of these funds? So we talked about problems of governance and corruption and so on, which has actually been an impediment to absorbing these funds. So what will change in future?
Mm-hmm. Yes, as you may already know, the government decided to have special working groups in order to identify all the problems that Romania faces in the past, problems that put some barriers in absorption of the funds. All these working groups are under direct coordination of the high-level decision makers, and together one part of these working groups is that it's followed is to increase the transparency. Transparency is very important in order to allow and to give access to all the interested parties, companies, and projects that are matured in order to access these European funds. At this stage, in each minister, there are special designated teams that are looking and focusing how to increase the absorption of these funds. These working groups and these teams are coming with proposals that are implemented at each level. In this effects, new teams and new European Fund Ministry, there are special people and teams that are focusing on these priorities. It's very important to be transparent, to learn from the past in order to increase and not to lose this windows opportunity. We already identify some barriers that from the past, and I'm sure that these barriers will be avoided in the next calendar in order to have access and to have positive impact and use the opportunity of these funds that will gonna be allocated to Romania.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dragan, and thank you for joining us this morning at the short notice to take the place of the minister, Mr. Popescu. We're out of time now for this session, but we do appreciate that you joined us and set out in such detail Romania's plans to make use of these funds. And thanks for answering that question in detail as well. And I'm sure we'll be continuing this discussion in subsequent sessions. So thanks again from The Economist. We're now going to have a short break of 2 minutes before we start the next session.
What power do we have today? Today, we have the power to create value through sustainability. Value for communities, for the planet, for people, for the economy, for those who invest in it. That's why, in the last 5 years, we have been able to double Enel's value. Investing in renewable energy, digitalization, pervasive innovation, and new services that anticipate customers' needs. Today, sustainability creates value, powering a brighter future.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this Economist digital event and to our next panel discussion, Green Energy, Sustainability at the Heart of Economic Transformation. My name is Joan Hoey. I'm the Regional Director for Europe at the Economist Intelligence Unit, and I'm your chair for this panel. And we've got three great speakers who I'd like to introduce now in turn. Dirk Hendricks, Secretary General of the European Renewable Energies Federation, Simone Mori, Head of Europe and Executive Vice President of Enel Group, and Nicholas Theodosiou, the Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Black Sea. Welcome, all of you. Thank you very much for joining us for this very important discussion. Each of you are going to speak for about 4 minutes, and that will leave us plenty of time for questions and discussion. So let's go straight over to start with your introductory remarks. First of all, Mr. Hendricks, would you like to kick us off?
Sean, thank you for giving me the word. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for having me here today. Concerning our question here for this session about how the pandemic has affected our perception of sustainability, we see that there have been quite some changes, and it has indeed infected our perception about this. If you see that now sustainability is kind of like much more regarded nowadays to become resilient, to make our societies resilient, specifically in times of crisis, we see that sustainability has been endorsed as a kind of like new growth strategy, specifically for the European Union. I will come to that a little bit later. And in addition to that, what is sustainability is regarded as a kind of like prerequisite to reduce the probability of future crisis situations, such, for example, as climate change or zoonotic diseases like COVID that we face for the moment. We also realize that the acceptance of sustainability and, for example, also the need for an energy system transformation towards green energy has increased, specifically if you see how industry has reacted, but I mean also it has arrived kind of like in the center of our society. We see that we have a major support there, and the political discussions that we can observe, for example, here at EU level, are more about how fast this change towards a green energy system should be, rather than questioning if there should be a change at all. We also see that, for example, on local level, that citizens are taking matters in their own hands and become more active and also want to contribute more actively to sustainability. What we see is we have a number of citizens initiatives and specifically renewable energy communities and cooperatives that are now spreading out all over Europe and becoming, the numbers are fast increasing, what we have seen here in our work. The shift or the idea to shift here towards more green economy is not really very new. In fact, we had it already with the oil crisis beginning of the 70s, the calls of the Club of Rome. We had the Rio Conventions in the beginning 90s, the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. And we see now that the pandemic that we face, as bad as it is indeed, acts actually as a catalyst to speed up these energy system transformation that we have. And it shows specifically impressively, and I guess this is also important, decision makers realize that such a shift and the necessary changes that come along with regard to our economic pattern, how we produce electricity, energy, are much easier done and than originally envisaged. They are economically feasible, and our societies are able to do this much faster than originally has hoped for. As mentioned, the EU has acknowledged this development and endorsed it in the EU Green Deal as a kind of like new EU growth strategy. And here to summarize, the pandemic has definitely challenged our economic and business models and our way to produce electricity, and it has specifically accelerated the energy system transformation. And I guess that we should endorse this change and regard it also as positive, advantageous, and even enriching, as several studies has, for example, shown with regard to new job creation, local wealth creation. And therefore, my recommendation is here to fully endorse and commit to sustainability with no regret policies, a clear phase out of conventional energy, and most importantly, kind of like new economic and market frameworks to allow new business and investment possibilities into green energy. Looking forward to discuss the questions and answering the questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Hendricks. Well, that's a great start, addressing that central question of how our views of the pandemic has changed our attitudes towards sustainability enacted as an accelerant of existing trends. So our next speaker, Simone Mori, comes at this from a different perspective, of course, from an industry one, as head of Europe and executive vice president of Enel Group, operating, of course, in Romania for many years. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me and taking part in this conference, very interesting conference. Actually, that's true. We have been in Romania for more than 15 years, and Romania has been the first important acquisition we made. Now we're operating in more than 30 countries around the world, in 5 continents, and we are by far #1 Western producer in renewables. So, of course, going to the point, I fully agree with what Dirk just introduced. We are pushing a lot, we are sustaining a lot the effort of the European Commission to take the good out of the bad, and then utilizing the recovery plan together with the next generation EU funds and together with the new Green Deal, and increase in ambition in order to promote a cleaner, also a more efficient and sustainable Europe. Our strategy, which is basically based on 3 pillars, which is a decarbonization of the energy sector to renewables, which is the cheaper way to produce electricity today. Electrification, because once you have decarbonized the electricity production, it makes a lot of sense to utilize this decarbonized electricity as much as possible in different sectors of the economy, starting from the transport. And digitalization, because in order to have this system working in a coherent way, you need a lot of smartness, a lot of digital into the networks. So putting together these 3 strategies, I think we perfectly fit with the mid-term and long-term vision of Europe, accelerating the pace of decarbonization, increasing the ambition, and providing the financial resources for the member states to go ahead in this direction. This is good, as I said, for the environment, of course. This is good for the economy. We carried out several studies, also interesting in Romania, demonstrating that the green acceleration, the decarbonization and electrification will increase the GDP, will increase the number of jobs, of course, provided that the transition is run in a smart way. So we worked also in order to promote, to push the idea of a just transition, in order to help communities and governments to manage the transition where the transition may be harder. Countries are relying on coal, such as Romania. Countries having a stronger presence of jobs, for example, related to the traditional, conventional diesel engine in the car making sector, for example. But we believe there is a lot that may be done. Romania may benefit as much as 70 billion euros in public funding if we made right calculation, which is a lot of money. But on top of that, you may have a huge amount of private finance to promote the transition and transformation. Provided that the local conditions in Romania and elsewhere in other countries may be created in order to promote investment, to be investment friendly in terms of regulation, permitting process, stability of rules, specific mechanism aimed at promoting, incentivizing efficiency and technological innovation. Romania, we see Romania as a fantastic country. It's a young country, it's growing fast. There is a very well-educated population. It's very strong in digital. So there are, we believe, incredible untapped opportunities. And we would like to, let's say, we have the ambition to give our little contribution to this process of modernization of the energy sector and all the industrial sector of the country. We strongly believe that the energy transition will lead to a more efficient, more effective, cleanest, but also more resilient Europe, because this will lead to a strong reduction of our dependency of fossil fuels, which is a problem of all European countries, including Romania, including my home country, which is Italy. And we strongly believe that doing the things in the right way, by 2030, we will deliver a continent which will be under all the aspects much better than today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mori. You raised a lot of issues there that I'd like to pick up on afterwards in the discussion. So thank you very much. So our third panelist for the session is Mr. Theodosiou. Over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Let me start by saying a couple of things about our network, just because I'm not sure that people are already aware of this kind of networks. This is the Sustainable Development Solutions Networks. These are networks operating under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations. These are global networks. And we have about 40 networks at this time all over the world, either national or regional networks. Our network is Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the Black Sea, for the wider area of the Black Sea, actually, because our network comprises 12 countries, most of the Balkans, all the countries all around the Black Sea, up to Azerbaijan in the Caspian. It's a vast network, a very difficult network if you consider all the countries that participate in this network. My university, the University of Thessaloniki in Greece, is the host of this, host institution of this network, and I have the honor of chairing the network. These networks are actually networks that the United Nations expect solutions to come from in the Sustainable Development Solutions Networks. So the United Nations consider that universities and research centers that mostly comprise these networks should be able to provide new ideas, new solutions, and new perspectives regarding the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And under this concept and this approach, of course, there lies our topic of discussion today about green energy and about how things through this global disaster, this global pandemic, how things are changing, and if we have new possibilities of making a step further in this direction of the implementation of the SDGs, but mostly, since this is our topic, of Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy. I think we have the opportunity, as the previous two speakers already mentioned, we have on one hand the Sustainable Development Goals and the process of their implementation, which is recorded and monitored, and you can find a lot of reports issued by the United Nations on the process of each country in this direction of the implementation of the SDGs, and especially SDG 7. But on the other hand, we have a very strong tool, the European Green Deal. I think this is a great opportunity for everyone in Europe to take advantage of this perspective and to use the huge amount of money that will be invested in this direction in order to promote research, because we still need new ideas and new solutions, and of course move forward to the implementation, and in order to have a greener future. I think that this Green Deal, in conjunction with the our goal to implement the SDGs can be very effective, especially in the implementation of renewable energy, of new sources of energy production and energy distribution. I think this is a great challenge. And although this challenge might come from a global disaster, this global pandemic, is what we say, if I may, why waste a good crisis? I mean, through this crisis, we were obliged to make a restart, a global restart. So why not introduce a new perspective, even in this direction, greener future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teodosiou. So thanks for keeping to the time. That means we've got about 15 minutes for questions and discussion, which is great. So I wanted to pick up on a few things that you all said. So first of all, Mr. Hendricks emphasized that the pandemic has brought about a shift in thinking about sustainability, and made the point that there's now a very broad consensus about this green transition and green agenda that's been adopted by the EU. And the only issue is how fast really that change should be. But I guess you could say that here and there are still questions being asked about this. So about whether the climate change targets carbon neutrality by 2050 with targets for 2030, whether they're feasible, especially, I guess that question is asked in some countries in Eastern Europe. Poland, for example, opposed the 2050 target. Those countries that are more dependent on carbon sources. And even a country like Romania, which has quite a diversified energy sector, with, I think, hydrogen probably being top of the list, but nevertheless, coal and carbon is still a very important source of energy there. So there are still questions being asked, I think, particularly in this part of the world, in Eastern Europe, because the costs maybe for those countries of the transition are going to be that much greater. So I'd like to hear, particularly from Mr. Mori, but also from the other two panelists, what you think about that. Do you think there is still some, pushback likely in these countries, or do you think everybody's really signed up to this agenda now? And do you think, I guess, then that's important, that the funds that are available will make a big difference here? And so, Mr. Mori, did you want to address that question?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. Of course, this is a very good question. Let's start from the general consensus and awareness. Of course, as I said, Romania is one of the countries that need to face the transition in a smart way, because there is something to change. We have the same in many other countries. I mean, coal plants have to be shut down all around Europe, but of course, probably in Romania this is more relevant. It's also true that Romania has a huge untapped opportunities now, because the natural resources are huge for wind and sun. There is a room for modernization and improvement of the energy sector, generally speaking. Romania may benefit a lot in terms of reduction of the external dependency on primary fossil fuels, which is a common problem for many countries in Europe. What has to be done? First, of course, as I mentioned, the amount of public money coming from Brussels for the schemes, and they have to be utilized well. This is a common problem again, nothing different in Italy, Spain, or Greece, or France. I mean, they need to be utilized well in a proper way. We are working actively. We are interacting a lot with the main institutions, because we are proposing our project. We are proposing exactly as we are doing in other countries. It is our way to work. We have a strategy. We have projects. We offer our know-how to the institution in order to help to develop the proper projects in the proper direction. So then, of course, we believe that something else has to be changed in terms of a general regulation in the sector, because not in all the cases the regulation is, let's say, is helping investments. But again, this is not a Romanian problem, unfortunately. This is a very common problem. If you look around Europe, Dirk may mention it better than me, the last tenders for new renewable plants in Italy or in Germany, which are the two countries in Europe with the largest investments in renewables, the last tenders were not, didn't have enough projects to fulfill the demand. Just because it's impossible, it's very hard to have the proper regulation and proper permitting process. So I think this is a general European issue. This is not only a Romanian issue, it is also a Romanian issue. And I think that a lot of stress, a lot of focus has to be dedicated to this point. Let me say, I'm not an expert of Romania, but I fly to Romania, I have the chance to fly to Romania very often. I perceive the fact that things are improving and that there is the common willingness to go in the right direction. And I said it's the right direction because I mentioned the study. We presented in Chernobyl, the Italian, let's say the Italian conference, which is an international conference in Italy, organized by Ambrosetti, the think tank Ambrosetti. We carried out several studies, including Romania. And again, the balance in terms of jobs and GDP coming from all these phenomena, renewables, electrification, circular economy, efficiency of the final consumers, is a positive net result, which means, of course, a more modern industry, a more efficient economical sector, but also more jobs and higher GDP. So I tend to be very optimistic. I hope that this optimism will be materialized in the future. Thank you.
Is that study available on your website or anywhere? That would be very interesting.
It is of course available. I don't know actually if it is on our website because it has been promoted by our foundation. But I will send it to you so you may of course share the study with everybody.
Perfect. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Did you want to come back on that? I guess the underlying, question that under this, maybe some pushback that we're getting in some places is maybe some skepticism as well about whether, not just about the difficulties of the transition, but whether green technologies can meet the demands of our energy-intensive societies. But over to you.
Well, thank you already to Simone for the really great statement and also the optimism, which I can only just echo. Concerning the concerns that we have, and I mean, here in my talks with many representatives from governments, specifically from Eastern Europe, but also with parliamentarians from the European Parliament, also here from Eastern Europe, for example, with Dan Lika from Romania, we hear and we clearly understand the concerns that they have. I mean, it is certainly a major transition that we have. So you have basically one level is, of course, the fear of change and how do we going to do this and how can we cope, for example, with people who certainly will lose their jobs, for example, in the coal area, and how can we reintegrate them in other jobs, or how can we create this? And of course, also from an economic point of view, that given the electricity production, for example, if you're going to look at Poland or Bulgaria or Romania, you see that this is, of course, comparatively very cheap, and that they, of course, fear for their economic comparative advantage with regard to their industry, of course. So, I mean, this is absolutely clear. We also have, for example, the fear if you have heavily industrialized countries, like, for example, the Czech Republic, that they ask themselves the question, can green energy replace the energy demands? And I mean, here, the first thing is, I guess, yes, I guess it has been proven not only in theoretical studies, but I mean also here in practical terms that there is enough possibility to provide enough secure and stable energy supply, specifically even for heavy industries. As mentioned here before, smart sector integration, digitalization, of course, all comes in hand. It's really just not only investing in renewable energy, but I mean to have a kind of like a system approach on how this all goes together. This must be taken into account. And then the other thing is that we have, of course, a moral obligation, for example, to help those coal workers who will probably lose their job to kind of like get new jobs. And I mean, specifically, as had been mentioned before, if you have engineers, if you have manual work, which is perfectly suited, for example, to go into green energy and production of plants and equipment, etc. I heard that are provided from you also help this. We have been skeptical that it is enough. It's already quite a good start. It has been a little bit of a bummer that it has been shortened by the council and here during the last, not the last, but prior council meeting. I just can echo what Simon said, to see this really as a change, because I mean, how to transform it, and it had been done with the ship industry in Poland, for example, or steel industry in Germany, how to transform regions into something else. And I guess if you see this as an advantage, you have the money to do something, you have also the time to do something, because it will take time, 15, 20 years. So go into this and to see this as a positive chance and to say like, okay, what do we want to do? How do we want to establish, for example, parts of Romania, former coal regions here within Europe, and to use this to our advantage.
Thank you very much. We've got 4 minutes left, so I'd like to give the opportunity to Mr. Teodosiou as well to give a Black Sea perspective on this. And if possible, if you can keep your remarks short, we might have time for one more very quick question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like first of all to agree with the other two panelists that this is an opportunity. I mean, we definitely will have a problem with jobs that will be lost, jobs that are closely connected with the coal industry, for example. But I think that the new jobs that will be developed and introduced by the transition to greener production of energy will be much more promising. So we need to see this on not on a local scale, but on a regional scale, because some on a local scale there might be some losses, but on a regional scale, I think the benefits will be much higher. And we also need to see how we will take advantage of these investments that they are going to be introduced in order to improve the technology. We still need improved technology, and we still need to find ways to reduce the environmental impacts of clean energy production. Especially, we know that some sources, wind or solar energy, they have significant environmental impacts. We need to take this into consideration as well. Well, our area, the Black Sea area, is it's a huge area with a lot of controversies. I don't think we have enough time to discuss about all that, because I think one can easily understand that there are even controversies and there are even wars between countries of the wider area. Some of them focusing on this energy production status.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've got 2 minutes. So my final question to you is the short term. What happens in the short term is actually very important, because there is only a short window in terms of the funds available. So just in 20 seconds, 30 seconds, can you tell me what should be the priority, the immediate priority for countries, particularly in this region, in Romania and Southeast Europe? So just literally 1-2 sentences. Mr. Teodosiou, let's start with you.
Yes. Well, I think the first thing we need to do is to convince people that this is their chance. This is our chance for the future. If we miss this chance, we miss this transformation from the traditional energy production to the greener production, we will miss the train for the implementation of the SDGs, which is our global future.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hendricks.
For me, the most important thing is that politicians and the governments are setting now up the enabling framework politically, economically, to allow basically this energy transformation and to investors to come in. Like, for example, here by transposing the EU law that we have and to make really the most out of it.
Great. And the last word to you, Mr. Mori. You've talked about what you're doing in Romania, but what would you prioritize?
Well, I think it's very important to have a top-down approach from the governments. They have to clusterize the intervention in the few clear areas that we have to go, which are pretty well known. That's number one. So clusterization, very much focused on the most important priorities, and then partnership with the private sector, because on top, as I said, on top of the public funding, you may have a lot of leverage with the private money, with private finance, in order to accelerate the next steps. And of course, enabling let's say, the administrative condition for allowing investment is very important. But this has to be by the way, this is an inherent part of the story.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, very much indeed. Really enjoyed that session, really important one. Thank you in particular as well to Enel for being a partner and sponsor and supporting this event today. We really appreciate that. That's the end of this session. I'm sure everybody who followed it online learned a lot. Thanks once again, all of you, and goodbye. We've now got a short break of 10 minutes and we'll restart. So all the best. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you back to the Economist virtual event, Europe's Landscape in the Shadow of the Pandemic. Romania, Transformation, Recovery, and Resilience, which I think is a perfect way of describing the last 30 years. Also want to thank my colleague Joan Hoey for ably hosting the first 4 sessions. In this session, we're looking at building resilience in the European financial services sector. My colleagues have organized a panel of experts to address this issue. So I invite you to read the speakers' bios online on the conference site. But each will spend 4 minutes providing us with their introductory remarks. We'll then have a roundtable discussion and open up the floor to questions. So without further ado, I want to hand over to our first panelist, Charlotte Roux, Managing Director at the EBRD. Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you, and I have to say I look forward to my next visit to Romania when circumstances allow. EBRD has been investing in Romania and other EU countries of Central and Southeast Europe since the bank was founded in 1991. We have invested 43 billion euros across our EU countries of operation, with over 1/3 in the financial sector. In Romania, the bank has invested nearly 9 billion euros, ranging from our strong municipal finance business to equity investments in leading companies such as Banca Transilvania and Hidroelectrica. We have invested in capital markets transactions and, of course, corporate loans. The bank has invested 2.5 billion euros in the Romanian financial sector with a current portfolio of 413 million euros. EBRD also plays an important role in policy engagement in the region, especially in the financial sector. In Romania and many other countries, we worked with governments on covered bonds legislation, which has enabled us to invest in, among others, Alpha Bank's inaugural covered bond issue in 2019. While in the early days of our engagement in the country, we assisted with privatization, notably Banca Comercială Română, we now work on building resilience and competitiveness in the financial sector in the country and the region more broadly. This takes many forms. I mentioned covered bonds, which are one of the most important tools for banks to gain liquidity by using collateralized mortgage loans as security. They are a critical balance sheet management tool, which we expect to be more widely used in the future. EBRD plays the role of anchor investor, taking up to 20% of a debt capital market issuance. But we are scaled back when the market demands more and is ready to take a bigger piece. The further way we support resilience in the financial sector is through our investments in MREL, minimum requirements for own funds securities, issued by financial institutions. The bank has been an active investor in MREL issuances by banks across Central and Southeast Europe, focusing on banking groups with multiple point of entry approach, or on national champions like Banca Transilvania, which was the first EBRD client to raise MREL. Last year in Romania, we invested in the senior non-preferred bond of BCR, the Erste subsidiary in the country, and in the Tier 2 issuance by Raiffeisen Bank Romania. We are ready to consider participation in further issuances by stable financial institutions across the region. We believe that our participation helps to attract investors' interest when it comes to the higher risk instruments like Tier 2 and senior non-preferred bonds. Capital market development remains high on the EBRD agenda. Romania is one of the countries where we are not only an active investor in capital market transactions, but we work on policy initiatives to increase both demand and supply. Thus, we are very pleased with the fact that the Bucharest Stock Exchange was promoted to emerging market status in September. We also see an increased interest in risk-sharing instruments in the market. Our risk-sharing facility that we offer our partner banks is predominantly used to manage exposure concentrations, but it also provides capital relief to the banks, helping them to manage risk-weighted assets, which is the other component in the MREL equation. Finally, green finance and greening of the financial sector are high on our agenda, in line with our updated green economy transition strategy. In Romania, we have a green economy finance facility with 2 banks and a consumer finance entity. In addition, we seek to incorporate green economy transition components into other debt deals. With the European Green Deal and in anticipation of regulatory changes to address climate risks, we expect to support our clients and their regulators in addressing climate finance disclosure as well as underwriting risks arising from climate change. With that, I will hand over back to you, Matthew, and look forward to the discussion. Many thanks.
Well, thank you, Charlotte, for those words, and I will quickly now hand over to Luca Lazzaroli, Director General from the European Investment Bank. Luca, please go ahead. Luca, are you able to? I think we may have a technical issue with Luca. Oh, here he is. Luca, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. A little,
no worries.
hiccup. And I'll try to make up for the time. Thank you, Matthew. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the bank. I mean, just to say the bank is the EU bank. As you know, we've been active in Romania since many years, and a bit like EBRD, we are very active in many sectors which have to do with the infrastructure area, with the energy, and I mean by that renewable energy efficiency in particular, new technologies, research. In the SME space, very important in the context of this COVID pandemic, emergency time. We've been very active in the health sector, and notably also through an advisory hub that we have. We have several within the EIB, but there's one of these which is relatively important, which is in Bucharest. And it's covering the whole region, but in particular it's supporting also national authorities in Romania when it comes to supporting infra projects in conjunction with the EU funds. The bank provides funding, provides guarantees, provides a number of de-risking products, essentially with the financial community. We work with many banks. We some 400-500 million euros per year on a wide range of projects. And maybe just to finish up, and I was also listening very carefully to the previous panel, and there was a lot of references to this green transformation. The bank is as it's been publicly announced already many months ago, it's changed its energy lending policy and has a very ambitious climate agenda, which will also reshape a little bit its lending activity in many countries, including Romania, in the way of supporting this green energy transition, and amongst the others. So I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luca, for those words, and for making up time. So thank you again. So now we have the rating agencies, or at least a rating agency's viewpoint on the European banking system, and I would like to hand over now to Colin Ellis, Chief Credit Officer for EMEA at Moody's. Colin.
Thank you very much indeed, Matthew, and hello, everybody. It's great to be with you today, albeit virtually, at another Economist event. What I want to do is just take a few minutes to talk through how we see the kind of resilience of the banking system, particularly in CEE countries and Romania, because what we've heard so far is great in terms of kind of making the structural changes to build green finance and provide the support and take risk out of the market. But the fundamental question really is whether the banking sector is ready to support recovery as and when we see the global cycle really turn and proper recovery take hold from the pandemic really around the world. And I think it's important just to kind of set the scene here, because we all have memories of what happened after 2007, 2008. Our current view is that the recovery from the pandemic will be very slow and very bumpy. We focus on G20 economies and then drill down into other regions and other markets. But of the G20, only 3 countries are expected even to be back where they were at the end of last year by the end of next year. So our 2021 forecasts are for very slow recoveries across most of the major markets in the world, including Europe. And against that backdrop, you might be a bit nervous about the losses that banks will suffer and, as a consequence, their ability to lend into the markets and to support their local economies. So that's part of the work that we've been doing this year. And we've published several reports focused exactly on this. One of the teams that I run at Moody's runs all of our forecasts and stress tests for every bank we rate, all 800 banks globally. And this has been a big exercise for us this year to try and dig into how resilient each of these systems and each of these sectors are. And it's a tricky thing to do, not just because there's a lot of uncertainty about the path of the pandemic and the path of the recovery, but also because in many systems we have seen either support indirectly to households and businesses, which otherwise might get into trouble and otherwise might show up as asset quality problems for banks, or outright forbearance in terms of mortgage holidays and things like that for different borrowers. But our best guess is the impact here is going to be very uneven across different countries around the world. And some places like Mexico and Brazil and even Germany, we are expecting bank capital to fall over the next 3 or 4 years. Now, we focus at Moody's on a tangible common equity metric, so TCE to risk-weighted assets. That's our core capital measure in our scorecards. And there are plenty of systems where we see that eroding over the next few years because of the issues that COVID will present. And of course, that means that those banks will find it more difficult to expand their balance sheets, provide credit to the real economy in the normal way, and fund the recovery. But the good news is, when we look at the CEE region, that's much less so the case. Even under these very trying economic circumstances, our projections are actually for capital ratios in most CEE banking systems to increase over the course of the next 3 or 4 years. It's not true for all of them, but over the next 3 or 4 years, most systems will actually see an increase in capital relative to where they were last year in our base case. And that's coupled with the fact that actually capital ratios in many of these systems were much, much higher to start with than they were in some other parts of the world. So if you look at the likes of Italy or Spain in Western Europe, where our TCE ratios are somewhere between 10 and 13% on average, Romania last year was coming into this downturn with a ratio of about 17.5% in the way that we measure it. So the banks here are starting from a stronger position than many other systems. And we actually think they're well placed to weather the downturn better. And that means they should be able to support the recovery. But just as a note of caution, everything I've talked about so far is really based on our kind of aggregated analysis across banking systems as a whole. As I mentioned earlier, we do individual forecasts and individual stress tests for every bank we rate. And of course, the averages can mask pockets of weakness. So even though you have an aggregate system picture that looks really good, it's still possible for a few institutions to suffer material capital deterioration. And that is the case in CEE. It varies again from system to system. But broadly speaking, we think about a quarter of the banks in Romania are likely to see deteriorations of 200 basis points or more in capital over the next 3 or 4 years. Now, happily, as I said, they start from a much stronger position. And from a policy-making perspective, of course, policymakers are normally focused on the resilience of the system as a whole, rather than all of the individual institutions per se. But it does just point to some of the downside risks that could still be there, even before we get into debates about a prolonged pandemic and how exactly banks will get themselves out of some of the forbearance measures that have been taken. So overall, we haven't taken that many rating actions on banks globally. We haven't taken that many in the region. And that's because we think, by and large, these banks are relatively well placed to survive the pandemic and to support the recovery. But there are still a few pockets of weakness. Matthew, that's probably enough from me for now. I'll hand it back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Colin. It's good to see that Moody's and The Economist have similar views on the bumpiness and slowness of this recovery. So I think that quite fits in with what we're seeing. I want to now head on over to our next panelist, and that would be, and apologies if I get any names mispronounced, but Sergiu Oprescu from the Romanian Association of Banks. Sergiu, can you give us your views on resilience, specifically how it applies to Romanian banks in light of what Colin was telling us?
Thank you, Matthew. And the pronunciation was perfect, frankly speaking. Yeah, I mean, I was happy to hear the previous speaker saying that we, particularly the Romanian banks, were entering into the pandemic with a much better position than what we had at the beginning of the previous crisis, and that is so much true. And the reality is that not only the CET1 is at 17.5%, which is definitely greater than most of other European countries, but it is we also have the overall capital adequacy ratio at 23%. We do have LCR at around 270%. Overall, we think that we do have a robust and resilient banking system in Romania, which contributes to approximately 95% of the financial intermediation of the country for the time being. The problem we have, to a certain extent, is that in terms of financial intermediation, in terms of the non-governmental credit as percentage of the total GDP, Romania stands out at the European Union level with a financial intermediation of only 26%. So it's one of the smallest at the level of the European Union. And that, could be at the same time a curse and a blessing to a certain extent. It is a curse because we are looking at it, and it's obvious that we are not well rooted into the economy to a certain extent. But it is also a blessing in the sense that there is an upside potential from where we are, and the Romanian banks could play a much bigger role in the recovery cycle of the country. And let me pause for a second and try to offer a more forward-looking sense to the developments. We know that at this moment we have all the second waves, third waves, the restrictions, the lockdowns, and everything else that are coming with the pandemic right now. But at the same time, the pandemic offers a historic opportunity to create a more inclusive and sustainable world. And I'm talking primarily about the recovery plan. I'm talking about the 750 billion euro recovery plan that, more than half of it is going to be available in form of grants, which by itself it is something which is truly innovative at the level of the European Union. For Romania, and again, we have entered into this crisis with a very low fiscal space. We have entered into this crisis with a limited public finance to stimulate growth. For Romania, this availability of funding coming from the European Recovery Plan is going to, or could represent an accelerated catching up, which is similar to what I have seen personally in the years after the joining of the European Union. Because there are many aspects of it. I mean, the country, to a certain extent, it's unburdened by legacies. And let me explain a little bit what I want to mean by that. In terms of digitalization, and we all know that the recovery plan is going to look into the digital and green transition, frankly speaking. And as much as almost 57% of the total recovery and resilient facility is going to be aimed at green and digital transition. So from the legacy point of view, Romania, in terms of digitalization, ranks 26th out of the 28 countries. We do score very well on the connectivity dimension. And we do score well there because we do have, if I may call it that way, we do have in Romania the digital highways. We do have the fast, ultra fast in certain areas, internet broadbands. And that is primarily available in the urban areas of Romania. The problem on these digital highways is that we don't have processes, we don't have transportation, we don't have the right things being carried on these digital highways. But this is probably also the simplest things to fix at this moment. On the green transition, again, I mean, one thing that probably very few people know, that Romania has a national treasure, and that national treasure is represented by its old growth and primary, i.e. virgin forests of Romania. We do have 2% of the European Union surface, but we do have 2/3 of the European Union virgin forests, putting Scandinavia apart. But this is something where, Romania could really make a change and make a difference in the landscape of, utilization of this money. So what is the key that we all have to look at in order to, unlock this, what it looks to, and I have to admit, what it looks to a lot of politicians as being the horn of plenty right now, this recovery plan of 750 billion. So the key, in my opinion, is the distribution of these resources. And here, the most important thing is how much and to whom, in order to obtain the most benefit to the society, are we going to be able to distribute. And banks, which in my opinion have plenty of experience, also in Romania, are fit for the job. And what comes to my mind at this moment is it's a famous Princeton professor, the psychologist, a Nobel Prize winner, Mr. Daniel Kahneman, with his loss aversion theory. And he was making a very strong point in saying that, the best responses to the crisis is coming when we use the loss aversion instincts, the ones that are stemming from our amygdala. And as the response to the losses is greater than the corresponding response to the gains. And I have to admit that the banks are uniquely positioned in this respect. And let me add, they are very well trained in the last period of time in order to be sort of loss averse. And, Romanian banks in particular, as I was saying earlier, are very well capitalized and very liquid. So just to summarize, I think that, we banks, we have a chance to become the final solution to the crisis, particularly in countries like Romania right now. Provided that we look to the crisis from both angles, a threat and an opportunity, provided that we calibrate our business models to what the society needs and the communities need right now, and provided that we embody in our internal culture from a top-down sort of approach, the new European vision. In short, I think that we, the key to everything that we are just discussing is how do we ensure the right distribution of these resources in the countries in order to have a fast recovery of the economy. And I think that Romania is...
Sorry, Mr. Oprescu, I think that's a very good point. If I may, so we can allow enough time for our last panelist and some Q&A. Could I ask you to
I was just saying that was the last comment. That I think that, okay, we are well positioned in order to take advantage of that. Thank you very much. Okay,
thank you so much. But last but not least, I welcome Kostas Zoimis, Associate Professor of Finance from the Alba Graduate Business School, who will give his perspectives on this issue of the financial sector's resilience here in Europe. So, Mr. Tsoimis, please go ahead.
Thank you for inviting me to speak in this event. In my brief remarks, I will first summarize the unique nature of this crisis and the new risks that banks could be facing if the pandemic continues. I will then touch upon some much-needed measures to ensure the resiliency of the European banking sector going forward. This economic crisis is unique because it's global, it is exogenous to the banking sector, and it's based on non-economic factors that cannot be quantified using traditional financial risk management tools. Thankfully, the European banking sector was well capitalized at the start of the pandemic. Nevertheless, the sector's liquidity crisis is transitioning to a solvency crisis. As a result, the high credit losses, as well as the inflation of the risk-weighted assets, have led the credit rating agencies to have a negative long-term outlook for the great majority of the European banks. Of course, there has been substantial heterogeneity in the initial negative impact across European banks. However, if the pandemic continues well into the first half of the coming year, then any heterogeneity will be diminished, and we may see the emergence of new risks. For instance, there could be turbulence in the equity markets or the bond markets, as well as contagion effects across markets. Such issues would magnify the credit rating downgrades, as it would make the problem more difficult to be managed at the level of each bank or each corporation. In terms of resilience, the European financial services industry should take some critical steps. From an organizational perspective, banks should consider closing branches and restructuring their operations in order to reduce operational costs. Perhaps the best cost-cutting approach is to adopt new technologies. For example, such technologies could be used to streamline loss mitigation procedures, to improve risk modeling, and to offer a new customer interface. Many of these technologies have already been tested with great success in the United States, whose financial services have a strong track record in adopting fintech solutions. However, putting aside any measures that will be taken by European banks, at this point, there is a consensus that European economies need a powerful combination of fiscal, monetary, prudential, and administrative policies, both at the national and the international level. Since these decisive measures will shape the post-pandemic economies, the policymakers should carefully monitor the impact of these policies, which will inevitably create winners and losers across industries and across countries. Nobody knows how the pandemic will unfold and when it will end. That is why executives and policymakers must be decisive and agile in order for the European financial services sector to be resilient while transitioning to the post-pandemic world. Overall, this pandemic has created a unique economic crisis which should be dealt with unique measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tsoimis. And wow, we're running like clockwork here. That leaves us with 25 minutes for a little discussion. I'd like to sort of foment a discussion here and also remind our audience that they can send questions in for our panelists. So please go ahead and do that. I want to just go ahead into that one comment that Mr. Tsoimis has raised is this element side of cost cutting. And maybe I'm going to direct that to Colin because you've talked about this, at least in Romania, a 200 basis point fall in the capital for basically about a quarter of the banks, I think. As far as Moody's is seeing it, do you think this is one of the things that banks should be looking at as they navigate this crisis?
So I have to be a little bit careful here, Matthew, as you know, because I'm not allowed to give rating or policy advice. But I mean, our general approach to this, not just for banks, to this crisis, not just for banks, but also for corporates. And let's just emphasize again, we haven't taken that many bank rating actions for Moody's. I mean, generally, I think we've taken fewer actions than some other rating agencies. But those that we have taken have been much more concentrated in non-financial corporates, and particularly in the kind of riskier, speculative grade non-financial corporates. But the general principle of having the flexibility and the resources and the resilience to respond to shocks is clearly a very credit positive thing. At the end of the day, that's largely what our ratings speak to. You've got to remember, we're not rating to how successful a business will be or whether or not it will cease to exist. Our ratings are credit ratings. They talk uniquely about whether, if you lend that entity money or you buy their bonds, you will get paid on time and in full. That's all we're doing. And the more flexibility you have to respond to shocks, that's generally a good thing in terms of preserving your ability to make those bond payments and interest payments on time. But clearly, I would be more concerned about cost pressures for banking sectors where profitability is relatively low and starting capital levels are relatively low, because that means you've got less resilience to start with, than in other sectors where maybe cost ratios are broadly in line with our global average, but capital levels are higher. And I characterize Romania as one of those systems where actually the starting position here was better than for the global average. So I think you obviously every entity has to balance opportunity and risk, and our role as a credit rating agency is thinking about the risks. We don't kind of speak to potential upside benefits. But I do genuinely think that the Romanian banking system is one of those which is better prepared both to adjust to any future shocks that come down the line, but also potentially to take advantage of any opportunities arising from the recovery.
Okay. All right. And apologies for putting you on the spot. You had told me you couldn't give policy recommendations, but and I wasn't trying to be cheeky. Just wanted to. But thanks for that answer. I think it more than aptly addresses that question. I want to raise a point with our first two panelists, and Ms. Rua, you did talk a lot about, and anyone who's been involved in this region is very well aware of everything that the EBRD has done to foster the transition and put these countries where they are now. But is there anything specifically about this crisis that the EBRD is doing differently in trying to help specifically the financial sector navigate this crisis?
Well, we have our solidarity packages 1 and 2. And in these packages, we are really targeting our existing clients and helping them through the crisis. And we have provided working capital, which is not something we have normally done, neither for corporates nor for municipalities. We haven't had commercial banks needing working capital, of course. We have stepped up our trade facilitation program as well. So one example of how we've used this is in Bucharest. We were working with the city on its bond program, but they were hit by the market turbulence early on, and they were not able to do the refinancing they had planned. So we extended them a loan under this facility. And up to now, the bank has committed that everything that we are doing in 2020 and 2021 is part of our response to the crisis. Now, to be honest, this is more of a real sector crisis than it is a financial sector problem, at least at this point in time. And it's particularly the service sector that has been so badly hit, which is why, for example, countries like Croatia and Greece are having a tougher time than Romania, which is a more diversified economy and doesn't rely, for example, on tourism to the same extent. That being said, we are here for our financial institution, our existing clients, even new clients need us as this thing continues, because at this stage, nobody knows when it's going to be finished.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And just as a quick follow-up, I mean, have you had some of these situations already where people, you mentioned the city of Bucharest, but where clients of yours are already having to come back to you and say, look, we're facing a crunch here?
Oh, well, sure. And it's normal. In fact, talking about digitalization, one of our clients is PPC in Greece, and PPC was receiving most of their payments in cash people had to go to the local bank branch or post office to deposit their payment. And with those things closed in March and April, they were suffering a cash shortage. So we made them a working capital loan in the summer.
Okay. And Mr. Lazzaroli, I think you in your very brief but very insightful comments at the beginning, you mentioned something about the European Investment Bank certainly focused on healthcare and these sort of issues. Maybe you could say a little bit more about crisis-specific measures that the EIB is taking.
Yes, thank you. I would say when you look through the crisis, what really strikes, it's not only the geographical vastity and the impact on GDP, but also the rapidity with which that has hit the system, the economic system. I mean, not only 2020 will be a year recorded in living memories for, global recession across the globe, but if one look at the second quarter of this year, is a quarter which is, you may remember, manufacturing capacity was brought to a halt, and some sectors were really in a panic mode. So I think a bit like what Charlotte was saying, the rule of the game for us has been liquidity in the early days of the crisis, which is not really the core of the activity of the bank. We finance capex historically, but we've had to adapt to that. And considering the pressing need to act and do that fast, the most obvious thing to do was to look at the stock of operations we had. Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you, Mr. Lazzaroli.
I can't see you.
Okay, but can you hear us?
Hello?
No, he cannot. I think what we'll do, I think our tech people will hopefully be able to help him with his technical issues. And I think we did get a pretty good answer already to that question. Just remind our audience that you can go ahead and send your questions in. I do have a question for Mr. Tsoimis. You were kind of in line with what we've been saying, and we have a session on tech transformation coming up. Maybe you could offer us, as you're talking about cost-cutting measures, what are some examples of technology applications in banking that could cut costs and improve operations in European banks, thus helping them to become more resilient?
Thank you for this question. There is a wide range of fintech applications that can be used for cost-cutting purposes. For example, in terms of consumer interface, banks could use chatbots and mobile banking. In terms of back-office operations, banks could use robo-advisors. In terms of risk modeling and regulatory compliance, banks could use streamlined models of loss mitigation, as well as data mining and automated model execution. And at least from my US experience, these modeling applications are ideal for the areas of credit risk and compliance risk, which are quite labor intensive within banks. Now, I should also add that it's very crucial for regulatory authorities to allow banks to initially operate in a regulatory sandbox, while the banks are ironing out any implementation issues. Lastly, I think that the European banks are very lucky, and they can benefit a lot from the fact that American banks have already been using fintech solutions for several years. And so the industry has moved beyond the initial hype, and is in a position now to know which applications could be helpful for a bank's bottom line.
Okay. I think we might have Mr. Lazzaroli back. So, Mr. Lazzaroli, I'll give you an opportunity to finish your comments.
Thank you, and apologies, not my day. I was just trying to, I mentioned the early days was liquidity, and I do mentally divide that from what we see these days. The bank has moved into the phase in which we have come up with a number of platforms, number of products. I would like just to make to mention two, because I think I really have to. One is the guarantee fund. This is a pan-European guarantee fund which has been approved by the heads of states in the EU back in April, which is policy-wise, but also economic-wise. It's an important initiative. This is a a guarantee which is meant to be deployed by the EIB, essentially, mostly in support of the SME sector. And when I say SME sector, a lot of it is through banks. So in that sense, it rejoins what was said earlier, and particularly when it comes to the attention given by our policymakers to this sector. And this is something which is COVID specific. It is something which will be deployed essentially through venture debt, venture capital, and in the equity space, in a number of capital relief products, and covering SME sector, but also public sectors and the health. On the health, and because you did well to thank you for raising it, of our COVID package, which is about 40% of what this institution has approved this year. Of this package, I would say 70% has gone into the SME sector, but 18% has gone into the health. And so it's its second largest beneficiary sector. And by health, we mean supporting the health service at large, but also supporting research, supporting the financing of diagnostic and testing material, and do that both with a number of obvious counterparts in the public space throughout the whole of Europe, but not just Europe, but also supporting a number of very promising ventures when it comes to the vaccine area. The bank is supporting, is looking into a number of some 20 initiatives, which are strictly related to the research in the vaccine area, and that is something that is not very important money-wise because it's about 700 million euros, but I think possibly it's very important in terms of potential towards the resolution of the crisis. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. I think that's a very good point, and it fits in with certainly with everything we've been hearing today. I mean, Mr. Oprescu, you were talking a lot about
more of a problem of the governments of how they are going to absorb the funds. But at the same time, it's so important for the economy. It's so important for the recovery of the economy, so that we should be at the same time offering the right solutions to the government when they are putting forward the plan. Because at the end of the day, I think that, and again, I have to go back to what I was saying. The most important thing in the whole scheme right now is how we are going to ensure the distribution. And there, I think we can play an important role, provided that we are allowed to do it, because this is not really clear at this moment. I think there are structures that we can put in place between IFIs and the local banking systems in which we could ensure that kind of necessary oversight coming from the European Union level and local sort of ability to disburse the money to the champions of the economy in such a way that this is going to represent or this is going to fuel the fastest possible recovery within that economy. I think that the direction in itself, and I just to say that quite recently the Romanian Banking Association has prepared a study that has put forward to the entire society in Romania, by which we are demonstrating what could be the impact to the GDP formation of Romania, or of a more aggressive roadmap for the digitalization of a country. And it has translated, and that was a study that was produced by one of the big fours, and it has translated into significant percentages of GDP growth over the next 3-4 years, provided that we do some elementary things in the way we are going to address the digitalization of the country, because we rank so low from that perspective. So there is a potential in doing the right things, and there is money right now in order to do the right things. We need to count on the political will, as you rightfully mentioned in your question, and to the government's ability to put forward the right plans. But I think we also play an important role here if we engage in a very early stage into discussions with the governments in order to provide the calibrated feedback that the governments need to come up with the right plan. You know that by April next year, they have to come up with a plan. We all know at the same time they could draw down up to 20% of the resilience and recovery and resilience facility right now in anticipation of what they're going to do. But, this should be done in consultation with the banking system, which is the largest financial intermediary in the country at this moment.
Okay. Thank you so much for those comments. I think I would like to address a question to in kind of in line with this discussion and about the governments to Colin Ellis. Colin, I believe, and I'm not going to be putting you on the spot, don't worry, but I believe Moody's is releasing its sovereign rating for Romania tomorrow. I know it would be embargoed. You can't say anything about that. But although the banks might be in great shape, obviously the sovereign has an impact on credit ratings. So, what is Moody's view on terms of the sovereigns in the region?
Thanks very much, Matthew. So again, if I may, just one small point of clarification. So, under the terms of the regulations we abide by from ESMA, yes, you're right. There are defined dates on which we can issue credit ratings, but we do not have to use them. If we think that the ratings are currently appropriately positioned, then we might publish some research for an update, but we don't have to take a rating action on those dates. I mean, in the case of Romania, of course, you're right. We assigned a negative outlook to Romania's Baa3 sovereign rating earlier this year. But I want to emphasize that that wasn't really pandemic related. That wasn't really to do with COVID. The two drivers we talked about there were the structural deterioration that we'd already started to see in the public finances. And some of this, of course, relates to the 2019 pension reform. And also the heightened risks that we saw, particularly around kind of external imbalances in terms of some of the build-ups there. But it was just an outlook change. It was just a shift from stable to negative. And it's worth putting that in context. Historically, when we move an outlook to positive or negative, it's often about a 1 in 3 instance where that then translates into a downgrade or an upgrade. And you're also right, of course, that the sovereign rating matters a lot for us. Our view of sovereign credit risk is that it is pervasive. Or another way of putting that is it's hard for domestic issuers to be stronger credits than their sovereigns, because after all, sovereigns make the rules. And whenever we've seen sovereigns get into trouble in the past, that's always been accompanied by heightened defaults, both among banks and non-banks in the same country. But I think in this instance, I do want to draw a little bit of a distinction between the sovereign and the banking sector, because yes, the two are related. Obviously, in some very direct links where banks hold sovereign bonds on their own balance sheets, which happens in many countries. But there are also important differences as well. And I think while there are some clear credit challenges for the sovereign right now, and those would feed through to similarly rated credits in Romania. If we were to take a rating action, I'm not predicting anything, I'm just setting out our approach. We always look at the fundamental strength of individual issuers. So, we always look at how the individual banks in any country, the individual companies are set up, and whether they would be resilient to some of the challenges that might be reflected in a sovereign rating action.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that answer, Colin. It is much appreciated. I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. Take one from maybe the audience here. I think we've seen that many government and financial regulators have already instituted, payment holidays and these sort of things. I think you've talked about this, Colin, in your presentation. Is this it's a bit of a double-edged sword? I mean, I guess it's aimed at getting us through the crisis, but is this just storing up problems for the future and obviously hitting bank earnings already in the short term? Colin, I've already been putting you on the spot quite a bit, so I think who would like to address it? Maybe Mr. Tsoumis, you would like to say something about that.
Indeed, you're right, Matthew. There are loan moratoria across Europe, across banks, and due to that, our sense of the level of bankruptcies and the percentage of bankruptcies is not accurate, because what you see a dip in the bankruptcy rate, which I'm pretty sure will be non-linearly increasing in the near future. So it's very difficult for the banks to realize when the moratoria finish what exactly is going to be happening in the corporate sector. And generally, this problem with non-linearities, it's going to be like it's going to be a quite prominent issue for risk management and credit rating agencies in the near future, because it's very difficult to make predictions when you have this kind of like extreme events.
Yes, and I think, I mean, the little research I've done on this, you still see NPLs that are looking quite low or even coming down. I know the regulators, issue comments and statistics on provisioning and these sort of things. But I mean, Mr. Tsoumis, do you think from what you've seen, is there enough of that going on in terms of provisioning?
There is a heterogeneity across banks, so I cannot have a general answer. What I do know from experience, there are two things actually. One is that you see there's a drop in the bankruptcy rate across Europe. By historical standards, it's a big drop. Why? Because of this moratorium, and we will see a substantial uptick going forward. That's one thing. The second thing is, from a macroeconomic perspective, always the bankruptcy rate is lagging the GDP drop by 1 or 2 years. So what I'm trying to say with that is that we will see an uptick for the bankruptcies as a result of the GDP drop, not only in the next 1 or 2 quarters, but well into the next 5, 6, or 7 quarters.
Okay. I think we're coming to the end of our session. I'm going to have to leave it there. And I just wanted to thank once again all our guests so much for being part of this panel. I think it was very, very insightful. I want to thank Charlotte Roux from the EBRD, Luca Lazzaroli from the EIB, Colin Ellis from Moody's, Sergio Prescu from the Romanian Association of Banks, and Kostas Tourmas from the Alba Graduate Business School. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. So in case you've wondered why, maybe you've even heard it, I've got a dog here that needs to go out. So that's the joys of doing these things from home. Hopefully I didn't look too distracted. But thanks again, everyone. And to our audience, I will see you again in 10 minutes. So stay safe and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
De aproape 20 de ani, inginerii noștri își fac drum către cele mai îndepărtate zone ale țării pentru a construi rețele sigure și stabile. Ca să ne putem conecta cu cei dragi și să putem învăța de la distanță. Conectăm România. Huawei, 20 years of connecting Romania. În România, pentru România.
Rise up, work it, faster, better, strong. Power, power. Rise up, work it, faster, better, strong. Power, power. You gotta rise up, you gotta work it, moving it faster, making it better, keeping it strong. Give her your power, give her your power. Rise up, you gotta work it, moving it faster, making it better, keeping it strong. Give her your power, give her your everything you got. Sometimes you gotta be strong. Sometimes limit my brain. They try to stop me, but you know my team has got me. Ain't no limit when the ceiling is broken. I got the hope in my hands and I'm holding it. My life on the line, transform, Optimus Prime. Robots in the skies, revolution televised. What if the 6 was a 9? Listen to me, put my soul in these rhymes. See how we got the wheels tinted, whole crew stay winning. Watch as we move things forward. Led Zeppelin, no corner. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your power. Rise up. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your everything you got. See how we rising, not just a battle. I'm by the ocean, I'm about to dive in. See how we rising, see how we crowding. I'm by the ocean, you at the driving. See how we doing it, see how we doing it. See how we give all our power, see how we give all our. See how we doing it, see how we doing it. See how we doing it, doing it, doing it.
Welcome back to our virtual event here with The Economist, Europe's Landscape in the Shadow of the Pandemic. In this session, we are looking at shaping the post-COVID-19 world, the crucial role of technology. We're going to be looking at transforming trends, biotech challenges, even the EU's white paper on artificial intelligence, and even drilling down and looking at Romania as a technology hub. And we're going to do that all in record time. So thanks again to my colleagues who have assembled a panel of experts to address this issue. So I invite you to read these our speakers' bios online on the conference site, but I would like to introduce them all to you at this moment. We have Michael Bletzas from the MIT Media Lab. We have Radoslav Kedzia from Huawei. We have Aras Demarakis from Kaizen Gaming. And we also have Violeta Luca from Microsoft Romania. So all very well placed to discuss these issues. So I will be handing over to them now to provide their sort of introductory remarks, and then we'll move to a roundtable and Q&A from our audience. So without further ado, I would like to kick things off with Mikhail Bletzas. Please, we'd love to hear what you have to say about this topic.
Thank you. I will start with the old news. Connectivity is important. If there was any doubt before the pandemic about how important connectivity is, how important the internet is to our daily lives, I think they have been completely shattered at this point. When it comes, I'm a computer engineer, so my presentation is, heavily skewed. My remarks are heavily skewed towards my area, but we can basically see the impact of connectivity in the biotech industry, given the frenetic pace by which the COVID vaccines have been developed and have reached already phase 3 of human trials, something that would have been impossible without so many people being able to remotely connect and collaborate. What this connectivity takes us to, increasingly so, are these big, is what we call the cloud, which is a rather ironic name, given that there is nothing airy about it. It's where the world of atoms meets the world of bits down on Earth. Big data centers, increasingly large data centers, where all of our data are congregating and concentrated. The other important attribute, the other important component is the 5G networks. 5G means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. It's a term that has been overloaded. Its importance cannot be understated, though. It involves a tremendous amount of investment. It involves new capabilities that we haven't really been able to explore yet. It's not only about speeds, which is what most people see right now, especially given that a lot of people do not realize that they don't have adequate connectivity. But it also has to do with very low latency that allows fine control applications and the ability to increase massively the number of connected devices, leading to a more wireless Internet of Things. It's very important for a lot of other reasons. It will require a lot more infrastructure, wired infrastructure. It will require a lot more fiber. If we are measuring the progress of connectivity, of internet connectivity in countries by counting how close fiber gets to the users, we will be measuring the progress in 5G infrastructure deployment by how much fiber gets to the antennas. of which we will need a lot more in the future. It's also very important because 5G represents a radical departure from certain founding principles of the internet, namely the end-to-end principle, i.e. that the internet itself is agnostic to the bits that it carries, to the applications that it carries, that are completely up to the endpoints. We see that with 5G, a lot more intelligence gets incorporated inside the network. And this can be seen also as an effort by the carriers to wrestle back some control of their future from the big internet companies. It's also in the middle of geopolitics. It's hard to ignore that, especially when you have somebody from Huawei on your panel. What are we doing with all that infrastructure? Well, we are dealing with big data. We are dealing with big data. We are amassing humongous, ever-increasing quantities of data. And big data necessitates artificial intelligence. Most of what we call artificial intelligence these days is machine learning, is some form of data processing, of computational statistics on huge volumes of data that the human mind cannot really process or sense patterns inside or look for hints inside. It's a necessity. AI is a necessity, and because it evolved in its current form because of big data, it's important to think that it's important to remind you that all the algorithmic developments that led to today's machine learning explosion have been pretty much known since the mid-80s. It's big data and the availability of massive computing capabilities because of the concentration, the data centers that made it possible. Here we have to also look at where Europe is. And Europe is in a strange point. I don't think it's as behind in capabilities as we often say, because most of the machine learning and AI applications in both the US and China have to do with personal data. And in Europe, we are not that big in personal data. We don't have the incentives to collect as much personal data. The amount of data are pretty much similar, and the types of data that be collected on both sides. The difference is between centralized and decentralized. In the US, we have a more decentralized model where big behavioral data, personal behavioral data are being collected by the internet giants, and they are not necessarily combined. In China, we have a lot of centralization in this data due to government surveillance. And Europe finds itself with a moral authority to play a very important role in regulating this and getting it right from the beginning. And there are elements of that present in the white paper that Matthew mentioned. And I think the important point that comes out of that is that Europe still believes in humans in the loop when it comes to artificial intelligence. And I will stop here.
Okay. Thank you so much for those comments, Mr. Breakfast. I think that is a perfect setup, I will say, and I don't mean that in one way it might sound, but a perfect way to transition, I should say, to our next panelist, Radoslav Kidzia, Vice President at Huawei. So I know we look forward to hearing your comments, Radoslav.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, it's always good to check, you know. Thank you for inviting me. Appreciate the comments from my predecessor, Mikhail. It is also a sign of time. I'm sure that in previous years, the fact that you are on a panel with Microsoft would matter more than the fact that you are on a panel with us. But this is also a sign of times we are living in. So about the topic of this panel, I think it is very well chosen, especially that technology and, as you mentioned as well, connectivity has a crucial role in this period of time that we are living in, more than ever in our history. So at the beginning of the pandemic, during the lockdown, when everyone was very concerned and all the authorities tried to reduce the first peak of the pandemic, we've seen tremendous growth in the data consumption. We talked with our customers, the network operators, and they expressed that they have 40 to 70% increase in the data being utilized in the network. But what is even more interesting is that after the first peak has come down, the traffic remained on the same level, which means that people started to use services even more widely, even if they don't have to. So the adaptation to the digital services stayed. And this is another proof that digital services and digital life, digital economies become part of our life and start becoming a commodity like electricity, gas, water, and other things that we cannot live without, parts of technology. So, you know, all the modern trends that we talk about, like digital education, digital administration, remote health care, working from home, online entertainment, events, and so on, are a result of the single overlaying change, a shift of human connections from the physical, direct, to more digital, to a large extent, not entirely, of course, but to a large extent. So some of them may shift once we return or overcome the pandemic, but some of it will stay. So it is very important because technology-based relationships can evolve and can grow at a different stage. And part of this, of course, involve use of artificial intelligence and big data that inevitably will play an important part in our lives. And of course, how we define artificial intelligence is up to the scientists and the governments. And it is very important to use ethics as a part of it, because if we outsource decision-making to a machine, then we really need to make sure that the decisions they make are very ethical and non-controversial. But what we're also facing are the challenges not really related to the platforms or to digital societies, but the challenges are also in the ability of the people to use those services. Because, you know, we as a technology persons, let's say, we like technology and we like promoting the technology, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the technology can be used by average people. And there is a quite peculiar or interesting, I would say, research that is a Digital Economy and Society Index by a European Commission that says that countries in Eastern Europe, especially Romania, Greece, and Bulgaria, are on the bottom of the list of the utilization or lowest values of this are in the lowest values of this indicator, which is a little bit strange because on the other hand, Romania, for example, has very good digital connections and very good digital speeds. So I think there is something that can be done in Romania to actually utilize the potential that is in the country. And of course, Mihail said very rightfully that connectivity is very important and is a key. I always like to combine the fourth industrial revolution that we are on the edge of with the first industrial revolution, you know, when the steam engine was created and the first railway was built. It wouldn't go without the rails. So broadband connectivity, especially 5G, is like the rails for the fourth industrial revolution. But what is also important on our side is to make sure that organizations such as ourselves also put and create ecosystems. So on one hand, we develop devices for the connectivity. Secondly, we are developing systems for our customers to build the networks. And thirdly, we also trying to play a role of the important industry leader. One of this is initiative we call Tech for All. And through this initiative, we can help build a fully inclusive digital society. Because every society needs a connection. And implementation of 5G networks is essential. We believe that enabling developing countries and helping preserve the nature, we can actually complete the full circle and not only help the societies in digitalization, but also in preserving the world we are living in. So that would actually probably complete my part. I hope it's not too long. So to summarize, we need better connectivity, which today translates to 5G infrastructure because it's easily available. And this can also help resolve problems that we face in the pandemic. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Radislav. That was, I think, really very insightful. And I would now like to turn to our next panelist. We've got Aris Demarcus from Kaizen Gaming. Those of you in Romanian parts of Southeast Europe may know them better as Betano. But we look forward to hearing your comments on this subject, Aris.
Hi, Matthew, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. Hello, everybody. My name is Aris. I am the CTO of Kaizen Gaming, one of the fastest growing game tech companies in Greece, currently operating in 6 countries, that is Greece and Cyprus with the Stichiman brand, and Romania, Germany, Portugal, and Brazil with our international brand Betano. We started as a team of passionate professionals, and after 8 years of hard work, we have established a company of over 750 people with a strong technology function of approximately 200 engineers. We are well known for our investments in technology and innovative organizational methodologies. Lately, we have released our own sportsbook platform, Ariadne, which is a milestone for our future that allows us to design our destiny without constraints. Apart from Ariadne, 3 years ago, we decided to kick off our baby steps into the era of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And it took us about 1 year to release our first tool to our customers. Until now, we've managed to develop 12 more features, but our most important achievement is that we also established a talented team, or tribe as we call it internally, responsible for implementing our corporate AI roadmap. In that sense, the EU's white paper on artificial intelligence came as a surprise. First of all, because instead of a boring legal document, I read an engaging text written from engineers to engineers. And secondly, at least to my interpretation, because they tried to solve a complicated equation, concluding to a paradox, a challenge, and an opportunity. So what is the paradox? We have 3 players, Europe, North America, and Asia, competing in a race for AI's technological leadership. North America and Asia are leading the race. We, Europe, invest less money than our competitors. We add our own constraints with data protection regulations. And all that said, we aim to catch up and finish in the first place. Interesting. What's the challenge? By reading the document, it's evident that due to the lack of coordination between the member states, we, Europe, are not even making efficient use of our unlimited budget and resources. So basically, what is happening is that member states do not act as a team, but as individuals. And finally, the opportunity. As said, we, Europe, are currently spending our time working on the fundamentals. However, since our competitors haven't done so, they are building future challenges instead of solutions, as it happened with Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. In that sense, there is a chance for a counter-attack in the future over a healthy growth trajectory. And trust me, my view on things is not theoretical at all. Because we, Kaizen, like any other European company, are facing additional challenges having to deal with data protection regulations and constraints that make our development efforts harder and our delivery lines slower. Still, I have to admit that even if it makes my life difficult, I fully respect Europe's mandate on the topic. EU ensures that AI is at the service of all Europeans, improving their lives while respecting their rights. We live in a period where the need for digital acceleration and tech talent is more critical than ever. At the same time, Betano operates in Romania since 2017, and it's our second most important market. So we are here to stay, and as the next step in our long-term vision for the country, I am honored to announce our intention to set up a Betano Tech Hub in Bucharest. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ars. And on that note, I'll immediately hand over to Violeta Luca from Microsoft Romania, who can tell you a little bit, Ars, about their experience in operating something like a tech hub. So, Violeta, it's on to you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Hello, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be here today. I will be covering today three themes, a highlight about Microsoft Romania operations in Romania and our learnings. Then I will segue towards digital transformation imperatives and see it developing in Romania, but also in the region. And then I will be closing with a couple of remarks on AI. So Microsoft is having 25 years experience, presence in Romania. We are the second largest hub of Microsoft in Europe after Ireland. People are working for us. We were blessed and honored, and in the same time felt responsible to find here more very talented people with growth mindset. We are able to provide from Romania comprehensive services in support engineering up to software development with the recent team in Iași. We are present in Bucharest, Iași, and Timișoara. And what we learned is that Romania is really a hot digital hotspot for us. This is why we grew our site here and our presence, and we also have a very strong perspective to further grow our team and our footprint in the country. Definitely, we all lived challenging times, and Microsoft being a digital first responder, we were having the privilege to support various stakeholders in the market since March onwards. And I must say that I have lived really exciting times with my team and with my partners, working with our customers from both private and public sector, first of all, to provide the business continuity and be able to have crisis response, and then working with our customers and partners to really transform the business models, to reimagine the way we do business, to find answers to the current challenges. Definitely, there is a strong case for digital transformation today, and our companies really need to empower employees to foster a new culture of hybrid work, to engage customers in new ways, and really tech intensity, in our view, is the key to business resilience as well as to the transformation of it. And what I mean by that, so tech intensity revolves around how an organization adopts the latest technology and integrates it into the company, into the organization, how it builds its own unique digital capability and the trust factor. So it's really, really important to look at technology like a mean to an end, not as a destiny itself. Looking at what we accomplished in the market, I would mention one of the most intense moments in March and beginning of April, when we have worked with Regina Maria, one of the leading healthcare provider in Romania, to really put the base of telemedicine. In less than 10 days, we were able to, together with our partners and of course with the customer, to offer to the customers a solution to engage with the doctors. And also we supported not only Romanians living in Romania, but also Romanians living abroad. It was one of those projects in which we really, let's say, provided our impact beyond the commercial purpose, but we really empowered the society itself to deal with the current challenges. I may say that after 6 months, we have more than 400,000 students and learning using Microsoft Teams, and more than 60,000 teachers using our technology to enable remote learning. And definitely these challenging times are, let's say, drove a more accelerated digital transformation. And our CEO said it very well in the beginning of the crisis, that in 2 months of pandemic, we had digital transformations as for 2 years. Looking further and referring to artificial intelligence and to responsibility to drive innovation, at Microsoft, we have identified a couple of directions to work in order to really be meaningful and have a sustainable impact. One, we are standing for closing the skills gap and enhancing employability. You may know that 3 months ago, we have launched together with GitHub and LinkedIn a very comprehensive learning and upskilling program for the world, aiming to skill 25 million people. For Romania, what I can say proudly is that after 3 months, we see 25,000 people already started learning using LinkedIn platform, GitHub, as well as Microsoft Learn. And this number, although it's small compared with 25 million total target, it's very meaningful in our area. And we are among the top 3 countries in terms of engagement of the people. And this is actually proving what I said in the beginning, that we have found in Romania very talented people willing to develop their professional career, willing to develop their capabilities. And this is, I think it's paramount going further, because without having a growth mindset, without really learning new skills, new capabilities, we won't be able to deal with the new reality. The second point, which we find very important when we think of artificial intelligence and digital transformation at large, is to really build coalitions for responsible innovation. Because indeed, technology is what we make of it. So it's really important to really drive positive disruption in the society for all key stakeholders, and to develop the regulatory environment, to develop the principles, the way of engaging in such a way not to provoke harm, but to drive positive impact. The third, it's really enabling digital transformation. And I have a very simple example in my mind. Before the crisis, 9 out of 10 executives were really thinking of digital transformation and were having plans. But in some cases, probably the programs inside their companies were not really accelerated. Their main purpose were around customer experience and enable cost optimization and faster time to market. If I'm looking now after 6 months, I can see that driving better customer experience, outstanding customer experience, is one of the main motivators of executives to really digitize their companies, reinvent the business model, infuse AI in their application. But the second one is around risk management. And when I'm thinking about risk management, I really think about health and safety. I think about fraud prevention. I'm thinking about well-being of the employees. So I think with this in mind, we have tons of opportunity for Romania. Indeed, we have many things we are missing, but we have so many which we are in so much capital and upside which we have at hand. We have a great startup ecosystem. We have capable people. Technology is really melting the boundaries. And even if in some, let's say, areas we are behind, like my predecessor said, indeed we are, but it's a matter of purpose and it's a matter of motivation to really trigger an accelerated transformation and to catch up and to utilize the latest piece of technology to minimize the gaps and even to lead the way in some particular industries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Violetta, and to everyone for your comments. I think this leaves us with about 10 minutes or so to have a little discussion amongst ourselves, and also to remind our audience to feel free to send in your questions. It's such a wide-ranging topic. We're not going to do it justice in the short time we have together. But let me kick things off, because I think we would be remiss if we didn't give Mr. Kedziat Huawei an opportunity to maybe address some issues, in that we know in Romania that in terms of choosing a 5G partner, it looks like they've settled on legislation that probably eliminates Huawei from being part of that opportunity. But maybe without focusing on Romania, maybe we know this is an issue throughout Europe. And do you want to say anything about that? And also, what is Huawei doing to navigate this challenging environment?
You see, I think that for those who know the situation and observe the situation, I think it is very obvious. Nobody really gave any strong accusations or evidence against our company. It is very easy to destroy a reputation by, riding on the things that everyone knows and, some prejudice. But what is important is that elimination of players from the market will not benefit the technological progress. The basis of the free economy is ability to compete. And if you don't have a competition, you don't have innovation and you don't have affordable services. It is very simple. So I think a lot of governments in Europe are under pressure at the moment from their allies, but actually most of them are trying to take very pragmatic approach, and I think some of them know what are the consequences of such action: financial, technological, economical, and so on. If the base for future economic growth is digital technology, and if you cannot build your digital economy in the next 5 to 10 years, you will face the fact that other countries in the region or globally who manage to do it will be way ahead of you. And I think governments should not take a very short period of time consideration for a short period of time, but look more strategically at how to stimulate their own digital market. And what I also wanted to add, a little bit off topic, because I like what Violetta said. Romania is a pool of very good IT talents or ICT talents, and we can see it as a company even from our regional perspective. There is a reason why we placed 4 of our global and regional centers in Romania. It's because the talent is good, is very vibrant and energetic, well educated, and willing to grow. And one of the reasons why Silicon Valley grew so fast for many years is that you had a number of pot of the companies that were, competing between themselves and chasing each other. And if Romania has this kind of environment, I think more and more digital services can be brought in Romania. But if you limit the competition, then probably you are choosing a different path.
Okay. Thank you so much for those comments. And actually, I want to build on those, and it's difficult in a virtual environment to have a true roundtable. But we have two panelists here who are in Romania, operating in Romania, talk about how great their workers are, and I have no doubts about that. At the same time, as someone who observes it, we hear about skill shortages and things like this because of so many Romanians who have immigrated abroad. And now we've got Mr. Demarakis, who's saying that they're about to, or potentially going to set up a tech hub. So, Aris, what are the things that you've been looking at with Romania that's going to help you make this final decision? And what could discourage you from actually going ahead with this plan?
I don't think there is something that can discourage our decision. I think it's a decision already taken, basically. It's a business case that we are now preparing. For us, it's very important, apart from the talent pool that we are all in agreement that it is here, and a strong pool, the logistics always play a major importance in a business case like that. So we are in the process, and I believe in the following quarter we'll be there, one way or the other.
Okay, and the main thing that's attracted you is well, it's your second biggest market, I think, and also the talent.
We firmly believe that a company is a living organization that needs to take and return to society. And you have to have strong relationship and a strong base within the society. And this was also part of our strategy in all the countries that we decided to operate. And of course, Romania is our second most important market. And in that sense, we'll have to invest even heavier than in the others. From the view we have within the market, from our local people there, we also get a good idea of the talent pool and all the capabilities that are there, and it is a very interesting idea for us. And I am certain that in the near future we'll do great things in Romania.
Ms. Violetta, now that you're going to have someone maybe competing with you for talent in Romania, it's or maybe you want to welcome Aris to Romania. What about this? Is it because you're Microsoft and Radislav is from Huawei, and we're going to have Kaizen coming in? Do you not really face any of these issues of skill shortages or anything like this? Mainly because of who you are, or is this a bit of a misnomer that there are skill shortages in Romania?
So Matthew, definitely to attract the right talent, it's probably on the top priority agenda of any company operating in Romania or elsewhere. There is a competitive environment. We have a couple of companies having big centers here, so it's not only Microsoft. I definitely welcome my colleague panelists in our country. So I think what is really important beyond the brand, and we do have a very strong and great favorability towards Microsoft, I must admit. But what I think it's really important is to be able to offer to employees when you are attracting them beyond a very transparent and fair process of selection. And we need to create a meaningful career for them. Purpose-driven, we need to create an environment which is offering them the chance to grow and to learn, to develop their career in different functions in different parts of the world. So I think what we have built in Romania, and we do have strong, if you want, people metrics in terms of engagement, in terms of loyalty, in terms of performance we are driving from here. I think what is really important is the fact that we managed to develop a very strong culture here. Culture around making an impact, working together, finding a purpose, really living our mission, which is broad, but in the same time, it's really, really empowering, empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. It's really motivating people to join our company. And then we have a lot of initiatives contributing to the society at large. It's not only, my job, my contribution, my KPIs, my benefits. It's really beyond that. I am part of a team. And then I have the liberty to be part of different teams in Romania or around the world to make a difference. And I think this empowerment and the purpose-driven culture, it's really motivating the people to join, to stay, and to contribute.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I wanted to just remind our audience again, I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions, so feel free to send one in. I don't want you to think we've forgotten about you, Michal Balatzis, but are you in Cambridge in the States? Is that where you're? So good morning. It's a very early morning for you. Used to live in Cambridge. Well, I used to live in Somerville. You'll know where that is. But I wanted to say something. We've been focused really on this sort of. I mean this in a very good way. HR side of things, and then some of the regulatory issues But we had this very good introduction. We're talking about transforming society, cultures, economies. And you spend a lot of, I think you set the stage quite well in terms of you're talking about 5G, moving to AI, machine learning. Now, if I may play a bit devil's advocate, I was driving around the other day and heard a fella on BBC, so he must be an expert, who said that, this 5G is actually not such a game changer, that it's, maybe we're fixated on the speeds, but the view is that maybe this has been hyped up too much. And what would you have to say to that?
I agree 100% with you. Okay, I'm sorry. So I agree 100%. There is a lot of hype. On the other, it is the next step activity. And we have to take it. How fast we will take it, how deep it will go, how wide it will go. 5G is a lot of new technologies when it comes to wireless connectivity. So every country has a slightly different or radically different approach compared to their neighbors. We don't have, truth of the matter is that we don't have a lot of compelling applications 5G yet. That is true. We also have the need to connect a lot more people and a lot more devices. So there is need for it. And the hype is justified because otherwise you won't be able to attract the humongous investments required. So do I think it's a positive thing overall in the long term? Absolutely yes. Do I think it's overhyped? Absolutely yes.
Well, but I guess all technology gets hyped up, doesn't it?
If I can make one comment, looking at the quality of the connection from Michael, I think we really need 5G.
I think I agree as someone who's seeing all of you and sometimes not as well as I'd like to. Yes, whatever it is, we're certainly putting this whole pandemic has put pressures on bandwidth and all these sort of things. So
correct.
I think that maybe brings us to a good point to close, except to say I don't know if we've really said too much about probably could say more about AI and machine learning, but I am aware that we're also have come to the end of our session. So before closing and saying thanks, if any one of the panelists, if you had anything you wanted to add or a question you wanted to pose to one of your fellow panelists, feel free. Okay, Violetta, what do you have to say?
Thank you. Very fast. I would say that looking ahead, economic recovery must be inclusive, allowing every country, every citizens, every industry, to contribute, to prosper, to advance in a way. And definitely cloud-based products and services are keeping businesses, governments, and non-profits functioning and helping small businesses to survive, to serve their customers and compete. And definitely that broadband is needed everywhere to support vulnerable populations in order not to create more gaps in the world. And education and skills are paramount. So I think diversity with inclusion, thinking big and creating coalitions will be my key messages in closing.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, I'll let you have the last word on that, and to say thank you to all of our guests, Michael Blatsis, Radoslav Kedzia, Aris Demaricus, and Violeta Luca. And also want to thank specifically Huawei and Kaizen, who've helped bring us this conference, this virtual event to you today. And to say that we will be now taking a break. I think we're taking about looks like we'll be taking about a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with our closing remarks. So thanks again to all our panelists. Really great to meet you. Nice. Thanks for your discussion, and look forward to catching up with you sometime in person, maybe. Maybe that will actually happen sometime in the next few years. You never know.
Would be great.
All right. Take care, everyone. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Economist event, our virtual event here, Europe's Landscape in the Shadow of the Pandemic. This is our official closing session. And so I wanted to say again, invite you to read our guests, our speakers' bios online, and I'd like to introduce them now. And before handing over to them, also say a few remarks about the event that we've had. But without further ado, let me introduce you to our panelists. We have Neil McGregor from the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. We have Roman Drubit, manager at KPMG and president of Foreign Investors Council. And apologies again if I'm not getting these pronunciations right, but Ovidiu Ioan Sălagi, General Secretary, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Romania. So it looks like maybe we have a different speaker, but we'll find out soon. So welcome everyone. I think you've been here listening to the various sessions. I think we've had a great event. I hope you'd agree. Mm-hmm. We started off with, I think, very setting the stage with Wolfgang Schuschel and Mr. Bruton, really talking about the opportunities that this crisis is providing us in terms of the funds that are going to be now certainly in the region and certainly in Romania it's going to receive, and how we need to not just rebuild the past but really look towards the future. Our second session on transforming Europe and where to invest in being digital, I think I have to say Cecilia Bonfield-Dahl gave us a great presentation on specifically looking at digital and the green agenda when it comes to what needs to be done. We obviously had the government in a third session talk about the impact that COVID's having and how they plan to invest those funds from the Next Generation EU recovery. A very interesting conversation then again about green energy and how that's going to play out. And then I was fortunate enough to chair the last two sessions. So those previous ones were chaired by my colleague, Joan Hoey. We looked at building resilience in the European financial services sector. You'll be happy to know that it's looking pretty resilient, all things considered. And we then have been looking at the crucial role of technology, which has been a constant theme really of this event. And we had representatives from Huawei and Kaizen and Microsoft Romania, and obviously Michael Budsas from the MIT Media Lab talking about how the future world could look like and also how sort of Romania is fitting into that. So enough of my talking. I want to turn over to our panelists now, and each one of them will give us 2 minutes of introductory remarks, and then we will have basically about a 15-minute or so roundtable. So without further ado, I want to kick off and let Neil McGregor take the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Matthew. On behalf of the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, we are extremely pleased to be working with The Economist and all the distinguished speakers in today's panels. The Chamber is a bilateral Chamber of Commerce. We are here to represent our members, and a number of the speakers have commented in today's panels that the recovery has to be led top down. I would have some disagreement with part of that, insofar as our members in the Chamber range from multinationals to startups and SMEs. And I would say that there must be an element here of bottom-up recovery. Now, we heard Sergio Oprescu talking about the ability of the Romanian banks to provide the cash for the recovery, which is good news. But I think it's important that organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, like our other ones, are also able to give information back to the Romanian government, to the European Union level, and also, although we've had Brexit, to the government in the UK and devolved administrations as to what our members need. So I hope this is something that will be a good place from which to start. The Chamber is using a lot of leverage through our membership of the British Chambers of Commerce network to speak to government, both here in Romania, where I am at the moment, also in the UK. If you're watching and not a member of the Chamber, think how we can assist you in that. That's my opening remarks. Back to you, to our next speaker, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Neil. Ramon Gerbit, manager at KPMG and president of the Foreign Investors Council. Let's hear from you. And welcome to the panel.
Yes, Ramona Jurovița, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. I'm representing today the Foreign Investors Council. I think from what we've heard during the panels and during the whole event today, and we all agree that there are some words that we keep on repeating, and they are the, let's say, the flagship of what we are doing. This is digital economy, sustainability, resilience, and how do we restart growth. And from a foreign investor's perspective, I think I would have three, let's say, main conclusions after the event today, but also looking at the perspectives of our members as well. So to restart growth, I think number one, Romania basically needs to heavily invest in some strategic sectors, and in particular healthcare, education, and infrastructure of all types. Of course, the backbone being the digital transformation of these sectors. The investments, public investments, but also private investments should go hand in hand. There were some remarks in the previous panels about this as well. The second topic is respect to the huge opportunity that Romania has to tackle the topic of structural reforms and the reforms of the public administration. And this is also helpful, and this is also something that would enable Romania to better, let's say, make use of EU funds and funds available from the EU Recovery Fund that we have discussed today as well. And third topic, I would say we should not forget about the strengths that Romania has in some important sectors. On one hand, we have the energy sector, which huge potential in terms of gas reserves, in terms of renewable energy, which basically helps us and helps Romania and helps the EU meet the objectives for decarbonizing the economy by 2050. So we have for this a huge potential. For this, we need, of course, a predictable fiscal and legal environment. So one hand, energy. On the other hand, we've heard today about the IT, telecommunication, and how these sectors helped the Romanian economy during these times, but also the agility of the financial services sectors. And I think that what we need to make sure on a going forward basis is that we keep them secure. And all in all, I think from a foreign investor's perspective, we have all that it takes to benefit from these opportunities, both from a public but also from a private perspective.
Okay. Thank you so much for those comments. And Ramon Gerbita, I mispronounced your name earlier, so apologies for that. But thank
First
you
Romanian
again.
lesson. First Romanian language lesson.
Okay, appreciate it. And now I want to give a proper introduction because I put something down incorrectly in my notes, to welcome Lazar Comanescu, Ambassador and Senior Advisor for Foreign Relations to the President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Romania. So Lazar, please, we'd love to hear from you. And welcome to the session.
Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for having me with you today. I'm pleased and honored to be part of this concluding panel. And I feel somewhat, let's say, lucky and also relieved, since almost everything related to the topic of this conference, today's conference, has already been said. So that enables me to be as brief as possible in my considerations. My first one is that, this is nothing new, but nevertheless, I feel I needed to say that the economy, not only in Romania, but worldwide, Europe-wide, has been hugely affected by the pandemics, and the measures to overcome this negative impact have become a matter of urgency. And that is the case for Romania as well, where I have to say it is the view from us, from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that the government embarked upon a series of measures aimed at reducing this to the maximum possible this negative impact, and in keeping the economy and the business activity going on. And I'm glad to see that this perception emerged also from today's conference. And just for example, I welcome the views expressed thereon by former Federal Chancellor of Austria, Wolfgang Schüssel. And one thing which you also here at the Chamber appreciate a lot is the fact that the government has found it appropriate to, while elaborating these measures, to consult the business community. And I have to say that I'm proud that the Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been able to produce some proposals, ideas, which have been taken into account when the government adopted the measures. I would insist that this type of consultations with the business community not only has to continue, but needs to be further intensified. My second consideration is about the national dimension versus European international dimension of the measures aimed at recovering the economy. And I'm among those who say that the resilience and recovery program adopted last summer by the European Union, by the European Council, is a huge and historical step in the good direction. But what I want to underline is that the success of such an important step towards a further deepening the European integration and towards helping the countries to recover from this deep crisis depends upon what each of the member states does at national level. That means how and what type of national programs would be elaborated, and so as to benefit of the opportunities deriving from the EU plan. And here again, I think that I understand that the Romanian government has been working hard on that, and if my information is correct, in a few weeks, the first draft of this recovery plan, a national one, would be sent to Brussels for further consultation and the finalization. Here again, I would like to stress the importance of the involvement of the business community in the elaboration of this plan. And secondly, it is extremely important to take into account, while starting from the priorities settled within the EU recovery plan, Romania, which Romania fully aligns to. I would nevertheless stress that in the case of Romania, of paramount importance is to give much more attention to the infrastructure development, because unfortunately we are still lagging behind, and unfortunately the previous governments were not able to make full use of the opportunities. And now, as we see, when we look at the infrastructure in Central and Eastern Europe, Romania included, we see that there is a lot of need for strengthening this. Otherwise, the opportunities for recovery, economic recovery, would be affected. And my third and last comment is related to what the EU recovery plan considers as ways to how to say, to increase the prospects for this plan to be successful. And one idea included in this plan is that of relocation in order to strengthen the resilience. Here, definitely, we consider that this is really a path to follow. But there is one important aspect related to this that has to be considered. Well, defining the regions, areas, and sectors where from and where to relocate is extremely important, and whether a specific relocation is well shaped in such a way that it takes into account the consideration related to competitive advantages, and dependence, interdependence. This is, in our opinion, an important element to be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lazar Comunescu. That was very much appreciated. Well, we're right on time. The schedule says we're supposed to end right now, but I wouldn't want to preempt any potential questions and/or discussion, especially now that we've got the three of you here, because I think you offer a unique perspective, especially given the panels we've had. And so, Neil McGregor, you were talking about this focus in much of the discussion previous was on top down, and you think, and I would personally agree with you, I think there needs to be a discussion of the bottom up as well. What is you representing your members of the chamber? I mean, all this sounds great, but what changes do you want to see in order to make your members' lives easier, if you will, or and thereby setting Romania up for a bright future?
Well, speaking also as a practicing lawyer here since 1996, I'd agree with Ramona. One of the key things here is stability, particularly now that because of the pandemic, stability in the business world is very much upset. Now, this means that I think the government need to compensate for that and to have a much more stable and predictable legislative arrangements. In part, we are dependent upon what the courts think. It's not just down to what the government decide and Parliament passes as laws. We're waiting for an election still in the near future. That will give some more predictability, I hope, for the future. We're very pleased we've had much more engagement with the current government. We've had with some previous governments in passing back the opinions of our members. But I'd say bottom up, what is important there, my experience in Romania is, in some cases, things work despite, not because of what the government decide to do. That's been the case particularly, I think, 7 years ago now in the renewable energy sector. There was a very strong growth sector here in renewable energy that was essentially derailed in 2013 by changes to the support scheme. We're now seeing a great many more positive signs, simply because, for instance, power purchase agreements are now possible off-market on a bilateral basis. So it's letting businesses organize things themselves in that kind of level. That's what I would regard as being a very helpful measure for the future for business in Romania. And as my colleagues have said, it is a very strong economy. There are very good people here and opportunities, and I would say never let a crisis go to waste. And if you've been working in this part of the world, you're used to seeing things not work as you might expect. And it's a case of seeing what I can do for the good of my business and for the good of society in the current, if you wish, crisis. I call it an opportunity.
Yes. Well, I think you're a true businessman then. I think to follow up on that, I'm not asking you to make any sort of political endorsements or anything, but how important in your mind is having a government that has a majority because we've just had three minority governments in Romania. It has been certainly a chaotic parliament these last 4 years. How important is that in terms of achieving this stability you're discussing?
I'd say in any country where the government commands a majority in parliament, that must be good for stability. It's possible to govern to some extent by ordinances, but passing properly debated and consulted legislation is a much better way. It gives us as a business a chance to engage with government and with parliament and to say what we think would be a good idea for the legislation in this country.
Okay, thank you. And Ramona, as president of the Foreign Investors Council, so Neil has just been talking to us about the pressures and things that his members would like to see, those already operating in Romania largely. What are your members, or what are foreign investors seeing right now? We're well aware that foreign investment has dried up momentarily because of the crisis, but as companies start to be in a position again to invest abroad from their home countries, what are the challenges, or what are your members telling you about how Romania looks in that considerations?
I think without repeating myself, I think stability is key. And because at Foreign Investors Council, our members basically are companies from strategic sectors in the economy and big investments, I think the support also for the private investments is needed to go hand in hand with the public investments, as I was mentioning earlier. And I think the companies here which are present in Romania and have already invested in Romania are basically those who can basically promote the attractiveness of Romania, because still I think Romania has lots of advantages which are not very much known outside the country. And I think as we are very well placed to explain to other potential investors what are the pluses of doing business in Romania. Of course, there are lots of challenges, but about challenges, I think we talk all the time, and I think we also need to put a bit more light into what makes us different and unique within this region.
Okay, and if I may follow up on that, in terms of attracting new foreign investors and growing your council to have new members, what would be one thing that you would? What's one thing that you would like to see change besides the stability issue that would really make a difference? Something achievable that could be changed that would really improve Romania's attractiveness to foreign investors?
If we manage to take this opportunity and to make a huge step forward in terms of the reform of the administration, I think this will basically solve many challenges that Romania currently has: the attraction of the EU funds, proper allocation, and also the attractiveness of the country towards potential investors.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador Comănescu. You made some very good points, especially referring to and talking about the opportunities of the EU Next Generation Recovery Fund. We know the current government had put out an investment plan over the summer, I think even before the Next Generation Fund was finalized. You've also mentioned infrastructure, but is this not still just focusing on roads and not the digital infrastructure and the other types of infrastructure that Romania is going to need in terms of the really putting it on the growth path after this crisis?
Well, before trying to to react to your question, let me just pick up from what Neil McGregor was saying about stability. And by the way, I want to appreciate the way how the Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the bilateral Romanian British Chamber are collaborating. And I think that this cooperation is mutually beneficial. And this is something which I wanted to point out too. Now, on stability, I would talk about, as you said, looking to the, let's say, optimistic side of development, especially since we are talking about the future. I may refer myself to the point which I consider. Now, I'm basing myself upon my own experience as a former diplomat and now turned into becoming, let's say, part of the business community in Romania. Stability is a key, and from this point of view, I think that really the prospects are good for Romania, because it's for a long time that we now it's the first time for quite a good number of years when, after the elections this year, Romania would have a full 40 years period without any election. And cross fingers, the results of the elections would be in such a way to have a government able, which will benefit of, let's say, the appropriate majority so as to advance in further reforming, like Mrs. Jurubița was saying, in terms of administration, because there it's extremely important. And I would say, I'm coming back to your question. I don't know whether it's appropriate wording, but it seems that the Romanian administrative infrastructure is something which has to be substantially improved, if not, let's say, radically changed, in terms of regional organization, in terms of allocation of resources, in terms of mitigating national opportunities with opportunities coming from the European Union. And definitely, when I was referring to the infrastructure, yes, I have to say that we need to further continue developing our road infrastructure and the railway. But it doesn't mean that the digital infrastructure is not a top priority in Romania. On the contrary, and I think that here again, we may in Romania be in a rather, let's say, favorable position, because we do have tremendous capacities, intellectual capacity, and expertise in the IT sector. And I don't think that I need to elaborate that much on that. So this is what I would like to say once again. It doesn't mean that the fact that we necessarily need to develop our road infrastructure doesn't mean that we have to or should neglect. On the contrary, we have to pay appropriate attention to the other infrastructural dimensions as well: energy, clean energy, and so on and so on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. We are coming to the end of our session, but before wrapping up here, I just wanted to provide any one of our panelists. Did you have any additional comments you wanted to make, or reactions to something that one of your fellow panelists have said? Raise a hand if you want to jump in. Otherwise, okay, Neil. Neil does want to say something. So
let me just jump in and say, people like Lazar and Ramona are representative of the really good quality of people one has to work with in Romania. If anyone watching is not doing business in Romania yet, I would encourage them to come and have a look, even if coming at the moment is virtual because of the travel restrictions. I've been very lucky to have had the chance to work in Romania for more than 20 years. This is not the first challenge I've seen here. It won't be the last. It's not a place without risk, but it's a place where you can do good business and make good money.
All right. Well, on that note, I want to thank our panelists for this session again. Neil McGregor from the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, Ramona Jurubița from the Foreign Investors Council, and also Ambassador Lazar Conescu, Senior Advisor for Foreign Relations to the President Chamber of Commerce Industry in Romania. I want to thank our audience as well for joining us. It's It's been great to have you as always. We know you come from across the world, so good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all of you. And also, it would be remiss if I didn't thank our sponsors and supporting organizations who have made this event possible. So again, just thank you to all of you and all the participants, and do watch this space for future events. And I look forward to meeting or seeing many of you in the near future. So thank you again, and we're signing off.
What power do we have today? Today, we have the power to create value through sustainability. Value for communities, for the planet, for people, for the economy, for those who invest in it. That's why, in the last 5 years, we have been able to double Enel's value. Investing in renewable energy, digitalization, pervasive innovation, and new services that anticipate customers' needs. Today, sustainability creates value, powering a brighter future.
De aproape 20 de ani, inginerii noștri își fac drum către cele mai îndepărtate zone ale țării pentru a construi rețele sigure și stabile. Ca să ne putem conecta cu cei dragi și să putem învăța de la distanță. Conectăm România. Huawei, 20 years of connecting Romania. În România, pentru România.
Rise up, work it, faster, better, strong. Power, power. Rise up, work it, faster, better, strong. Power, power. You gotta rise up, you gotta work it, moving it faster, making it better, keeping it strong. Give her your power, give her your power. Rise up, you gotta work it, moving it faster, making it better, keeping it strong. Give her your power, give her your everything you got. Sometimes you gotta be strong. Sometimes you wanna be strong. Sometimes you better be strong. Sometimes you have to be faster. Sometimes you need to be better. Sometimes you better be better. Sometimes you gotta be stronger. Sometimes you wanna be stronger. Sometimes you better be stronger. Sometimes you gotta be faster. Sometimes you wanna be better. Sometimes you better be better. You better be better. You better be better. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your power. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your everything you got. Rise up, you gotta work it, moving it, making it, keeping it strong. Give her your power, give her your power. Rise up, work it, faster, better, strong. Give her your power, give her your. They try to put me in chains. They try to limit my brain. They try to stop me. But you know my team has got me. Ain't no limit when the ceiling is broken. I got the hope in my hands and I'm holding it. My life on the line, transform. Optimus Prime. Robots in the skies, revolution televised. What if the 6 was a 9? Listen to me, put my soul in these rhymes. See how we got the windows tinted, whole crew stay winning. Watch as we move things forward. Led Zeppelin, no corner. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your power. Rise up. You gotta moving it, making it, keeping it. Give her your power, give her your everything you got. See how we rising, not just a valley. I'm about the ocean, I'm about to dive in. See how we rising, see how we thriving. I'm about the ocean, you at the driving. See how we doing it, see how we doing it. See how we give all our power, see how we give all our. See how we doing it, see how we doing it. See how we doing it, doing it, doing it.